I'll ask for any disclosure of pecuniary interest. None be declared. So section C here, delegations. Please be advised that in accordance with the council's procedural bylaw, no decision will be made today on the delegations. The committee will do one of the following. A, refer the matter to staff for a report. B, refer the matter to future budget deliberations. Or C, take no action. So our first delegation this morning is the OPP with the quarterly update. And I'll introduce Inspector Yateman to us. And good morning, sir.
Good morning, thank you. I trust this is on. I pushed the button, but you never know.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. So for the quarter of July, August, and September of 2023, the Aurelia Detachment responded to 5 sexual assaults during that quarter. 2 were cleared by charge. 1 was departmental discretion. 1 where the victim refused or requested not to continue, and 1 is still open and under investigation. Out of those 5, there was 1 stranger sexual assault, which is unfortunate, but I do highlight the stranger ones just for everybody to be aware of. There were 12 assault occurrences during that quarter. 4 were domestic related. And then there was 1 stranger assault and 1 police officer well out of the 12. 53 related occurrences. 10 criminal charges were laid. 10 were criminal investigations occurred. 9 have charges. 1 is still open and under investigation. And 43 were non-criminal domestic investigations. Other crimes against persons, so harassments and threats, that sort of thing. There were 6 of those. 3 were cleared by charge and 3 are insufficient evidence to proceed. There was 1 stranger threat over the internet on that as well. There were 2 arsons that are both still under investigation. And they were at 2 residences. So those are both under investigation. There were 5 break and enter occurrences during this quarter. 1 was cleared by charge, 2 insufficient evidence to proceed, and 2 where the victim or complainant declined to proceed. Residence being a garage or a residence were 2 of them. There was a business and another commercial business, and then a seasonal property were the 5 locations. Theft overs, there were 5 theft over occurrences. So theft of vehicles, trucks, ATVs, that sort of thing. 1 was cleared by charge, 4 have insufficient evidence to proceed. 21 theft under occurrences, 3 were cleared by charge, 13 are insufficient evidence to proceed, and 4 are still open and under investigation. So there were 6 reports of shoplifting, 1 theft from a motor vehicle, and then there was 1 gasoline drive-off, with the remainder being smaller thefts from sheds and different other aspects. Have stolen goods. There was 1 investigation involving possession of a stolen vehicle, and that was cleared by a charge, and the vehicle was recovered. There were 20 fraud occurrences. 14 have insufficient evidence to proceed. 6 are still open and under investigation. And again, the vast majority are online, extortion, grandparent identity scams occurring. There were 13 mischief occurrences. 4 were cleared by charge. 2 were open and still under investigation. And 7 insufficient evidence to proceed. 2 of the mischiefs were towards vehicles. And then 9 were property damage. There was 1 drug possession occurrence that it was cleared by charge with that one. And then with respect to our focus patrols, we had focus patrols in July, August, and September, equating for 40 hours of patrol, 41 provincial offense notices, 8 warnings, 1 criminal code charge. We also issued 277 provincial offense notices in July, August, and September. And then we did have a traffic complaint in the area of Marchmount Public School But we also issued 26 tickets in that area, including commercial motor vehicles traveling there. We did conduct 3 ride checks during that time, and there were no there were no impaireds located, and we did have 1 fatal motor vehicle collision during this quarter. And that concludes my report, pending any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Inspector. Have any questions from the committee? Councillor Brennan?
Yes, not so much a question. I just wanted to compliment the OPP on their efforts to identify these grandparent fraud issues for people. My wife and I actually had a call from these yahoos. It is absolutely incredible how well they can mimic your grandchild's voice. Beyond belief good. I don't know whether they use AI or what they use, but it is absolutely astounding. And one of the key things that they tell you in these calls, they didn't get us for that kind of stupidity, I don't think, but they don't want the kid, they won't tell you what police station they're in if they're arrested, and they won't tell you, they won't let you speak to the officer. Just endless amounts of stupidity associated with these calls. How anyone gets fooled is beyond me, but based on what I see from your information, it's astounding how much money is being lost to these frauds. And anyway, all I can say is, and I understand there's a new unit or some new energy going into that on behalf of the OPP. So great. It's so needed. That's just all I want to say on that.
Thank you. Just a comment on that. One of the programs we're trying to re-energize did unfortunately, I guess, end during COVID, was our SALT team. So Seniors and Law Enforcement Together was a program that the OPP coordinated with, and we had a group of seniors that were not police officers that would organize volunteer base, and we have a trailer. We'd provide the materials. They would go to different events and provide education and advertisements on these. We're right now have 3 confirmed volunteers. We're still looking for 2 more. So if anyone knows of anyone that is interested, we are actively looking to get this program back up and running so we can get it out to the fairs, get it out to the events and that sort of thing to educate our local seniors. So.
Okay, thank you. Member McIntyre, you had your sign up.
Thank you. Thanks for the report, Inspector Coyer. I'd ask you to remain just for a few minutes after your presentation to listen to a delegation from Muskoka with respect to traffic calming, if you'd be so kind. We have an issue on one of our streets, and we need, I think, a little bit more OPP presence if possible. I know that you're stretched pretty thin, but at the same time, we have a delegation of folks here that have some serious concerns about the traffic and the speed and so on Muskoka Street in Muskoka. So thanks for the report. And if you'd remain a few minutes, I'd appreciate that immensely. Thank you.
Absolutely. And just if I can steal a little bit of the thunder for after they speak, it is already a dedicated focus patrol for the month of November. Muskoka Street will be a dedicated focus patrol. And for the group behind me that is unaware of what a focus patrol is, we designate an area in each of the jurisdictions we police, and we have one area per month that we ask our officers when they're not doing calls for service to go to that area. And it could be something, it could be, in this case, speeding, it could be a stop sign, it could be there's been increased criminality, whether it's mischief, break and enters, and that sort of aspect. So they'll go to these areas at different times in and around their calls for service. So it does increase the patrols in those areas.
Thank you. And thank you. Member Burkett was going to speak.
Thank you through the chair, and thank you, Inspector Yateman. Just for the group that are behind you, I'm not sure what they're going to say, but some of the challenges you're running into, not only on Muskoka Street, but throughout your whole area. And have you seen any traffic calming, I'm not sure what we would call it, that may help or alleviate the problems that we're having with speeding? And I know it's rampant throughout the whole area.
Yeah, speeding is a concern all across the province of Ontario. Our cars are faster now; they're more comfortable, they're quieter. There's a whole bunch of reasons for it, but I do appreciate what the township has done and continues to do with looking for innovative ways to come up with speed enhancing measures. I do live in the Washago area, so the digital sign to me is fantastic. I think for the average person, that digital sign does slow people down. However, there are some people that do avoid or do not listen to the sign, and that's unfortunate. That's where our increased patrols. I've seen you did I think last year, especially when the bridge work was happening. You had the stakes in the center of the road, which made the road just appear a little bit narrower, which does help, in my opinion, slow things down. Although I know snow removal and different other aspects, that's challenging. Speed bumps again is another aspect, but snow removal becomes a challenge. So we are getting into that season. The hope is that the increased patrols, and typically, other than when there is bridge closures and that sort of thing, they do, a lot of people go through that area. But typically that road is traveled by the same people on the same, times and that sort of aspect. And if we are able to get data or learn of data, review the data, and are able to say, okay, at 5 o'clock on Tuesdays, there's, this is the concern. Chances are it's one or two people, always the same. Now, in this circumstance, there might be more than one or two. But once you start doing enforcement on those one or two or 8 or 9 people, it does see the reduction. So the data is very important, and that's why we always encourage people to call us. I know they're if I say to my neighbors or my parents or my friends, call every time you see a speeder, they do kind of get a bit of a chuckle because it is a little bit constant. Plus, it's difficult for the average person to understand how fast a car is going. It could look like it's going a lot faster than what it is. But to encourage to call us, because that is how we set up our focus patrols, through hearing complaints, whether that is through the township or through our database, is we'll set up where we focus our officer presence. So I hope that answers your question.
Okay, yes, thank you for coming today and bringing us the update, and have a good day. And I think the clerk has a motion for us.
Thank you. So the motion that the third quarter OPP Inspector Yateman be received for information.
Yep, over there. Moved by member Minning, second by member McIntyre. All in favor? And that's carried. Okay, great. Our next delegate is Mr. Todd Schultz from Muskoka, from Washago. Good morning, sir.
Not a tough act to follow. That was wonderful. Thank you. I'm a little bit worried that I may be reiterating a number of the points. Thank you. But I think it's worth reiterating as well. So, good morning. My name is Todd Schultz, and I'm part of a delegation of the community. And I really want to make the point, this isn't 3 or 4 or 5 people. Our experience in preparing the petition before you was that this was a real community effort. And the focus of it was the speeding on Muskoka Street. And I'd go further with a focus between Ramsey and Coopers Falls Road. And I'll get into that. We're aware, and the mayor made a quick comment, that speeding is a problem throughout the area. We get that. We travel the roads too. We see that daily. And, everyone is affected by speeding and the dangers that come along with that. But today we'd really like to focus on Washago. It's where we live, where we raise our kids, where we walk our dogs. Our neighbors are there, senior citizens are there, and we're finding it to be highly worrisome in the last little while. For me, about 2 months ago, I was walking my dog down Muskoka Street just in front of my house, and unfortunately I witnessed a dog being hit broadside going down Muskoka Street. The poor dog was thrown 60 feet in the air. It was disgusting. It was just so gross. It gets me every time. He didn't die right away. His owner saw this. He came running out of the house, cradled the dog for a few moments. A really nice guy, I'm sorry I don't know his name, put the dog in the back of his truck. We were heading out towards the vet, and the dog didn't make it. And it was just a terrible thing to have to see. And it was a dog I'm thankful it wasn't a child. I'm thankful it wasn't another pedestrian. But that being said, it was terrible, and it didn't need to happen. It just did not need to happen. That got me going. You might be able to tell. And I started talking with neighbors in the community, and I guess I was surprised that everybody was kind of up in arms. Not up in arms. They were worried about this concern, and it had been long-standing. This is nothing new. I'm not reinventing the wheel here. But from it, a couple of us decided to do a little bit more digging and maybe get some statistics, as the inspector suggested, on how people feel about this. So we created a petition. We divided the township up a little bit, and we covered from Hamilton Street down to Coopers Falls Road. Just fun fact, I live 1 kilometer from my house to Coopers Falls Road and back, going up and down every driveway. Covered 6 kilometers. And that's just the most amazing people. I was blown away at the number of small children, dogs that are in that neighborhood. You don't typically see them as much as I was aware of. And they were pretty supportive in signing our petition. I'm sure you'd be amazed to hear they actually had a lot to say. I think my journey through the neighborhood took me about 3 or 4 hours. And like me and my friends behind me, had lots to say about the issue of speeding. Most people in the neighborhood have perceived a huge increase in traffic through Wishago. And I think that's just, the area growing, people moving into the area. I think it's much more heightened during the summer, the weekends for sure. And the rush hour, again, the inspector, thank you very much. It talked about certain times of the day, and you can see that as you're going through town. So they talked about the global increase in traffic, but also very specific times. Many people worry about, I walk my dog a number of times a day, and the shoulder drop-offs on the side of the road, that if you want to find, you see a car coming, it may be going too fast. You want to get to the side of the road, and sometimes it's squeaky. You don't have a lot of room to move. Some suggested about, it's great to have the sidewalks in town, but once you leave, even before Ramsey Street, the Catholic church there's nothing. There's no real safe area to go to. Lots of people expressed worries about their families, their pets, cyclists, kids waiting for the school bus when there's a drop-off zone. I've seen lots of people not pass the school bus, but pass me as I'm pulling into my driveway. It's not a large stretch. Lots of people spoke about how busy Muskoka Street gets when there's work going on Highway 11, if there's an accident on Highway 11, if for some reason that's not accessible to them. And I think lots of people know that it can be used as a bypass if you're going up north towards Gravenhurst, Huntsville, and all those areas, and it becomes be speedy along there. Personal concern of mine, no doubt have said it too, is pulling out of your driveway in Wishago isn't a great thing. It goes clear here, and every time, because he's just very worried. And late at night, he plays cards. I go and get him late at night. You just want to take that extra care. And if you're on a curve or a hill in Wishago, you're doubling your chances of getting into trouble. Those are very dangerous areas as far as I see. The other concern I heard is that council, I'm not sure who, I'm sorry, but have obviously made attempts to address this issue, and thank you for doing so. What they found is it does tend, or feels like it's centered on the center of town from Ramsey Street in. We've had the flashing signs, I'll get into that. We've had all kinds of stuff, but once you pass Ramsey Street and get between Ramsey and Coopers Falls, there are 50-kilometer-an-hour signs, but that's about it. There's not a lot to try to help people understand the need to slow down and why. If you're coming south from Highway 11, there's a small part there that's 80. So to catch on that, oh no, there's a change here at Coopers Falls Road, isn't always terribly effective. Maybe I thought she nailed it. Suggestions we might make down the road. People also have become, I found this a lot in my going to the neighborhood, really desensitized to the issue. I did not have one person who wouldn't sign. If I made contact with somebody, they signed our petition, but they kind of gave me the dog eyes. Good luck. You know, nothing's going to change. We talked about this forever. It nothing changes, right? And that was kind of sad to see. This is their home. This is where they raise their kids and pets and everything. And I think we have an effective council. So I'm hoping that something could be done in that respect. And of course, the winter months are terrible, absolutely terrible. We have great snow plowing in Washago. The other side of that coin is with my dog, I have to play driveway hopscotch. So I try to get from driveway to driveway as I see cars coming down the road to make sure that I'm safe, because the snowbanks just close it in that little bit more. Getting out of driveways becomes that much more difficult. So the winter months are also very, very important. So those are some of the issues that the people that I spoke with brought up. And like the inspector said, you know, the community is aware and really thankful of the efforts that have been made in the past. I wasn't here then, I don't believe, but I understand there was a mobile sign that could be moved up and down Muskoka Street. It was on wheels, it was on a trailer, so that instead of, you know, just downtown, it could be taken down the Coopers Falls roadway on a dark winter night. That it's certainly going to have an impact. If there's any way to get something like that back to the community, that would be lovely. We're aware of the increased signage. So, you know, I drive up and down the road all the time as well, and I see 50-kilometer-hour signs. I'm very aware of them. And I think that's a big help. The pylons, the inspector had another term, but the sticks in the middle of the road. I'm glad to hear it was snow plowing that destroyed them. They died a pretty quick and terrible death. They did not last long on the road. It was wonderful to see them, but they didn't last long. And the signs that we have now at Ramsey Street, they're awesome. The corollary sometimes of the signs is, as you're going up and down Ramsey Street, you do see individuals who see how large they can make that number. Some of them, many of them, drop off. Absolutely. You know, they're starting at 55 and they take it down below 50. Some of them see 50 and see if they can take it to 70, right? 80. It makes your blood boil. It really makes your blood boil. We also understand that in the most recent future, I was walking the dog one day and this gentleman was putting something up on a pole. I understand that a black cat has been placed in Washago at the request of council to the OPP or OPP to the council. I'm not too sure which, the other way around. So, you know, the black cat was there. And if I've got it right, that would count traffic flow and speed. That's awesome. That was such a huge step. We really were happy to see that go up. I believe it was there for about 2 weeks. Unfortunately, though, the problem the problem persists, and most people are aware of the need to call the OPP. You know, it's not startling news. But again, I think the inspector spoke very well of that doesn't always happen. And I think it's a matter of desensitization. I think it's a matter of, I find it confusing. You call, you sometimes get a machine. They want to know what department you want to go to. I don't know. I'll be honest with you. It's a little bit cumbersome in that regard. And you don't get immediate feedback. I call, okay, so what now? I still don't see anything happen, leading back to the desensitization. On the flip side, some of my colleagues have talked about the wonderful people they encounter on that phone line. They get a personal connection. They're very, very helpful. They take all the data down, but it then leads back to there's no feedback loop. We don't know what happens once that's taken place. People we spoke with had a couple of questions, and I don't know how. I'll put them out and you guys deal with them as you will. We're just wondering, does the township as a whole capture statistics on traffic? I guess from what I've heard, is it a roving thing? Is it, you know, are there statistics on Washago or 169 or Rammer Road? How does council deal with that issue? Do the current speed signs, the blinking red signs that are out Ramsey, do they count speed and volume, or is that just a traffic sign? Some were wondering if Public Works has made any suggestions on how to assist with traffic calming, where the pylons or the posts, is that traffic department? Who was that? And is there anything we could follow up along those ways? And with the addition of the black cat, the inspector spoke about stats. Where will those go? I don't know if council gets the stats, but where would they go? How can the public see those? How can the public see those? What can we do to find out what the black cat actually showed? Good or bad, because I think it could go either way. People that we spoke to, and I'm sure you'll be very happy to hear this, had lots of suggestions on what we can do. All right. The first one, and probably the most common thing I heard throughout my travels up and down Muskoka Street, were speed bumps. Right. Everybody wants speed bumps, permanent and removable, because snow plowing would be difficult. So they understood that that could be a problem. Some people spoke with guys with trailers. They're going to lose their load and all that stuff. Maybe not if they were going 50 though. But speed bumps, permanent or regular. As I spoke before, a return of the mobile sign that could travel up and down Muskoka would be real nice. Photo radar would be the Christmas present to Washaga. We all hope for and be able to get that in there. That would be lovely. And the only, photo radar on a consistent and persistent basis, perhaps a little bit more regular. And the big thing, I mean, that may be missing is kind of an ignorance of information, communication with the OPP. Maybe this is something council can help us with, developing a communication loop with the OPP, other and above the simply calling in of things people see. How can we learn what's going on month to month? Perhaps having to come to council. I learned a lot today. But how can we, is there a way to create a liaison with OPP that we can discuss this issue on an ongoing matter? So it's not just coming here once a year, once every 2 years, that there's the community's updating the OPP and the OPP are updating the community for things that both of us can do to calm traffic. And that's the bulk of my presentation. And I guess I'd just like to make as strong a statement as I can that we would hope that council neither refer this to budget, because it's not really a budget request. We're not necessarily asking for anything, nor review the information, nor review the petition for information, because we think it's bigger than that. And we believe that the petition falls within the purview of council to be of assistance to our community, to do something with us as far as that goes. And more so because the issues of community safety are getting larger and larger and larger all the time. So that's the big one. We would ask that this issue be referred to a report to allow any, pertinent information, the black cat information, more community information. If council were to put out a petition or a letter of interest or something along those lines to the community, wonder what kind of response we would get back and what kind of ideas might get back. But the black cat information that could be analyzed and go into further planning for traffic safety and traffic calming specific to Washaga would be wonderful. And I kind of just mentioned this. It would be lovely to be able to get council's assistance in developing a community link with the OPP. I'm new to this. I wasn't aware they came here. I wasn't aware of the connection to the council and the community, so that we can have a liaison with them, maybe 1 or 2 people in Washaga, 1 or 2 people in the police department, that we could talk about this issue as an ongoing basis. So it isn't a one-off. So it isn't a pain in the neck. So it isn't something that happens everywhere and nothing ever gets done about, but that it's a community initiative to address the safety of the Washaga community. So that's it for me. I do thank you for the time. I certainly think the institute was a great lead, and I do appreciate that. And I don't know if there are any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm going to ask Derek Burke if he just comment on the black cat and radar signs, and he's the director of public works, and then I'll open up to the committee for comments.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Certainly. So the Public Works Department does routine management and monitoring of traffic. So a few tools in our toolbox include the black cat, and that captures data for us. We do some analytics on it. We produce something called an 85th, so sort of your normal operating speed of what we see. And then we ship all that data off to the police. We have a good relationship with the police, and they can use that data to look at enforcement times, try to be efficient with their timing for enforcement and that sort of thing. Specifically on Muskoka Street, certainly we're out there quite regularly. It is an area of higher requests, so we do that. And we have a relatively small toolbox of traffic calming devices, but every year we expand that a little more, and we continually seek feedback from industry and also the sort of the different service providers for traffic calming measures. So I think that's kind of traffic calming and monitoring in a nutshell, if that helps.
Well, and then the mobile sign is put by request from either council or residents, correct?
Yeah, through the chair. So we do have 2 radar feedback signs that are on trailer mobile, and we use that throughout the year upon request, and also targeted to areas where we've recently resurfaced. We find statistically from our records that as a road surface improves, the operating and speed also improves. So that's we monitor that, and we use that tool to try to mitigate some of those immediate impacts.
Okay, I'm going to have the committee start with Member Burkett, and we'll come down the table. You want to speak first?
Just one last thing. Thank you for making that point that we had our road paved this year. It's awesome, but it did create a little bit of a speedway. The other thing that we're really looking for a liaison with the OPP, but more on-site OPP coverage, and not a lot. We're not looking every day, every week. Once or twice a month, 1 or 2 hours a week would be lovely. I think the visible presence of, even for a short period of time, of OPP in our community would have a huge difference. Huge.
Okay, thank you. Member Burkett, I'm going to start with you there.
Thank you through the chair, and thank you very much for the presentation. It was very well done. I can say that we have a great rapport with our partners at the OPP. They're very busy, and it's a huge township to cover. No excuses for the speeding that's going on. If there was a crystal ball that we thought we could implement something to stop it, we would absolutely would. And I'd just tell you about the black box. And I can't remember how many years ago did we? So the OPP only had 1 black box for I think 3 townships. Council of the day took it upon themselves to buy one for Severn because of the problems that we're having throughout the township. It does collect the data. It does go back to the OPP. It gives them the tools to realize at what times and what days the speeding is more prominent so that they can set up their patrols. And they're restricted. I know that they're very busy dealing with so many things. The last thing, and safety is our number 1 concern. We want safety for all our residents, but as I said, it's rampant throughout the whole town. I don't know how we stop it. Now, I don't know if you noticed in our meeting today, we do have a report on traffic calming policy. So we're always looking at other townships, at other areas that maybe have had success in stopping these speeders. And I'm just going to speak also to your photo radar. My understanding, the inspector may correct me, photo radar is only allowed at school areas and community safety zones. As much as I'd love to have them everywhere, I think that may have to come from levels of government that are higher up than municipalities. But absolutely, it's wonderful that you've brought all those ideas. We'll take it back, but it's not like council or any of us are not trying to do anything. We understand wholeheartedly. I was born and raised here, as well as 2 others, travel that road, if not every day, at least 2 or 3 times a week, understand the problems with it, but not just Muskoka Street. It's a big township. Yep. We had a lady on Town Line that was on a horse and got hit with a mirror off a truck, and the gentleman sped off. So there's issues throughout, like Marchmount School. This council took it upon themselves to put a set of streetlights there for the safety of the kids crossing that road. You have hundreds of cars that are speeding through a school safety zone. I'm not sure where or why motorists are traveling the way they travel. It would be different if you're out in the remote area and there's nobody around. That's fine. But it isn't fine, but it is fine if there's nobody around. But when you see what goes on through an area that, anyways, I'll stop.
Just respectfully, that's what happens. There's nobody around our area, so people believe in speed, and that's part of the. There is it's not it's not those things trying to be difficult, but you've just highlighted for me exactly what happens, and hoping to find a way to mitigate that somehow. And I know there's no panacea. I'm not blind to that, and I know it's a big area, but That's exactly it. There's nobody around Muskoka Street, so they just zoomed down.
Sorry, if I may supplement with the chat. What I meant nobody around, I meant when you don't see any homes, you're out in the rural country where there's nothing, like it's just bush.
Fair enough.
I'm not saying when you run through a residential area and you see homes, you would logically do the speed limit.
Yeah.
Right.
Fair enough. Appreciate it.
Okay, Member Cox.
Yeah, I understand how you feel. I think there's a lot of distracted drivers. I've been walking along my road, which hasn't got a lot of houses on it after a few houses. And I actually have to go into the ditch because somebody in the daylight you can tell when a car's coming, right? They see you and you can see them kind of go like this. They just keep coming at you and you're kind of going. And then they kind of do this, or I'll bet you I could stop that woman downtown and she would have said, I never even saw you. So, and I know because I was hit by a distracted driver, and the OPP told me that what the man said, the police officer told me they get at least 4 to 5 calls, distracted driving accidents a day. And half of them never get prosecuted because they take so long to go to court. People won't show up to testify, which I did, and he got caught. And so, but I totally agree. But I also like your idea, and I want to ask Inspector Yateman, do we still have a community policing idea going on? Because there's not only speeding in Muskoka, we are finding, how do I say it nicely, vandalism. Different. We used to have what we call the community policing one. As a master, community, and
I've been at the police, you know, right around COVID, I know we had one member that was still hanging on, to speak it's the right terminology in terms of a community policing committee out in Bracken. So it's really right up to the community as to, you know, are they willing and do they want to engage this? And if they do, we'll look for officers to volunteer, because it is over and above what they are doing. So it'd typically be an officer that works in that zone. And then that way they can hear directly from the committee. But one of the challenges is, and it's no different than today, is that we do still need to hear about these things when they are occurring. And we do need those calls. And I heard what you said, and I know exactly what you mean, where you call and you're okay, oh, there's still no police officer there. And yes, we could be on another priority call, but we will still come there, right? And for the zone officers, if they don't hear of a problem in Muskoka, but they continue to hear of a problem in Marchmount, they're, you know, a day in and day out on their calls for service. They're natural when they leave detachment, instead of turning right towards Muskoka, they're turning left towards Marchmount, because day in and day out, that's what they're hearing calls for service. So the squeaky wheel does get the grease. It does take some time. The focus patrols are part of, we've heard from council, we did receive the data. One of the things you did ask about, what do we do with the data, is we do exactly that. We'll analyze the data. The data can come in 2 different forms, raw data or the NICE analyzed data. I do prefer to get the raw data, because as much as it's been analyzed, I like to have our own analysts take a look at it, because we're looking at different sort of aspects of it. And then we're able to go, okay, here's when we should have officers there. The challenge is I know, you know, I could probably guess without being there, is you're going to say 4 to 6 p.m. is probably a very busy time. And you know what? Afternoon, our calls for service go. Right? So all of them going, and we're not necessarily there being visible. And when we were there at noon, or we are there at 9 p.m., hardly anybody sees us, and we're there at the wrong time. It is very challenging for us to get there. But community policing, I would, if the community is interested, we could set something up. I wouldn't ask it to be any more than a quarter, like a quarterly meeting type thing. And it might have to follow the officer's schedule, because again, they work different shifts. So it can't be, well, the fourth Wednesday of, every 3 months, because the officer may have to modify it, right? So,
And that would be awesome, because if we could work together and then develop a decision tree, I can't think of the right term, that here's the number you call, here's what you're going to experience when you do call, here's what happens when you call, and you may see this happen, you may see this happen, you may appear to see nothing happen. But I think, again, the community education aspect of this could be huge.
100%. And I'll say quickly, just not take up too much more time. Online reporting is a tool that probably no one knows of.
Yeah.
And traffic complaints can go on there. And yes, you're not going to see the quick response from it. But we're running the data all the time. Okay, where are the calls for service? Where do we need to position our officers? And as much as we have a folks patrol for a month, the reason for a month is we want to make sure we really saturate that area for that month, right? And in saying that, if the month of November is as crazy as yesterday was for us, you may not see us.
Yeah.
Yesterday was a very odd day for us in terms of the calls for service we were dealing with. But the idea is if we only set it for a week or only set it for a short period of time, it's last Labor Day if you can get us there. Now the next piece is be prepared for all your neighbors to be stopped.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I'm going to jump in here. Our clerk wants to say something, and I'll give the committees a couple.
I just got to finish one more thing.
Okay, I'll let the clerk speak first.
Yes,
I just wanted to step in and impart to council that there's a substantial agenda for us to still get through.
It's a great.
And community policing does have a structure to it. So what I might suggest is that instead of getting bogged down in details for today, is that council refer this to staff. And then we can bring a report back, because I can guarantee if community policing is brought to Washego, then Coldwater will want it. And some other areas are probably going to be looking to have it as well, such as West Shore or whatever. So we can fold just general information as to what that community policing committee structure looks like back to council, because it has changed drastically in the last 5 to 7 years.
But there's community watch too.
And there is community watch as well. So I would suggest, if I may recommend to council, that they refer this back to a staff report. We can look at the delegates' questions and then touch base with Inspector Yateman and bring a proper, comprehensive, well-rounded report. Then
that sounds good. I'm still going to ask the committee to have a chance to their comments. Go ahead, Member Cox. I think you're next. You had some more.
Just a quick one is if the villager wanted to interview you and give information about what you have just said, would that be something that could happen? Because that gets out to the whole area? Or do you have a communication person?
I think quickly, we could probably generate a quick pamphlet.
Okay, that's all we need.
To the community, and that could answer a lot of questions.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Member Minnings.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation. A couple things I just wanted to say based on what you had said. This meeting and all meetings are videotaped, and I know you've been taking notes, and you also have now an access loop, and you have names of people in your community. I would encourage them all to watch this back again, especially the inspector's comment about the 1-800 number and the online, regardless of whether people think it's effective or not. It is. The inspector came to this council in September with the data and stats about the 1-800 number, like he does for this kind of data. So, and in my area, West Shore, which is more populated, there were 0 calls between April and September. So I am always advocating for that. You need to help yourselves and help your residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Member McIntyre, and then Member.
Chair, I'd just like to thank the delegation today and bringing this forward to bring it to the attention of not only the council, but the OPP as well. And Inspector Yateman for his presentation. Fact that coincidentally November is going to be the month for Washego to be watched over by our friends at the Ontario Provincial Police, and if at all, I mean, just as a quick any kind of a possibility that we could have a radar. One time I remember coming through Washego from the north and into town, and I saw an OPP officer on a motorcycle conducting a radar on Muskoka Street, and I thought, boy, is that ever going to slow me down? And I've never gone through there more than 50 again because I didn't want to meet that fellow. So I think that if we had any kind of a radar, even from time to time in that November month, it may wake up the residents who are probably primarily the ones who are speeding on the road. So through the chair, I'd just like to make it clear that the delegations made a wonderful presentation today, and thank you for bringing it forward.
Okay, thank you for that. And Member Burkett, we'll wrap this up.
Just so, Mr. Schultz, do you have the proper contact information? So the telephone number is 1-888 310 1122. And was there, Inspector Yeaman, was there and also something else could they email? Was there an email address or no?
There's an online report through OPP.ca.
Okay, so just so that Mr. Schultz has the proper and he can pass that on to all the residents.
Okay, on that note, then if the clerk can read a motion, please.
Thank you. So the motion reads that the delegation by Todd Schultz regarding a petition for Muskoka Street traffic calming measures be received and referred for a staff report.
We have a mover in that. Moved by Member McIntyre, second by Member Cox. All in favor? Carried. Thank you for coming this morning.
Thank you for staying.
Okay, I'm going to go to the. Does anyone would like any items pulled from the consent agenda for new business? Was there some mention? I believe Member Minnings. Which ones did you have?
Apologies, I'm just pulling it. Does the clerk have that information?
Yeah, I believe Member Minnings wanted to pull items D1.3, D1.4, and D2.6. So that's the Public Works report, the Council Abeyance list, and the Fixing Long-Term Care Amendment Act correspondence from the minister.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. Does anyone anything else? So if not, we will move on to the adoption of the agenda.
Okay, so motion reads that the agenda be adopted, including consent items, with the exception of items D1.3, D1.4, and D2.6.
Thank you. Do we have a mover for that, please? Moved by Member Burkett, second by Member Brennan. All in favor? And that is carried. Okay, we'll go to F 1.1, report for the sports dome. And who would like to speak to that from staff? Good morning, Andrea.
Thank you, Chair Taylor, and good morning to you and committee. So this report is in response to the August delegation by Simcoe Sports Dome Inc. For the proposed sports dome and field house at Otis Park. This report before you is a collaborative effort among several departments to provide you with various considerations and financial implications, specifically with respect to their request for the relief of development fees for this proposal. So as I noted, there's several staff here from various departments that have contributed to this report to give you a fulsome summary, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Andrea. Does anyone on the committee have comments on the report? Member Brennan.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Through to Andrea. It's a good report. I can appreciate all the work that's gone into preparing it. I've already forwarded it to board members once it was released on Thursday. And I've had some feedback from them. Just couple of things that I want to point out here is that if this dome is never built, it will not generate $500,000 or $1 million in things. It just won't. That money will never be there. It won't help West Shore. It'll do absolutely nothing to enhance or change the tax scenario in Severn Township. What I have suggested to the chair of the board, Chad Cook, is that they look at options to donate the required acreage to the township. And in doing so, there would be no development charges if things were to proceed. I have no idea what the detailed scenarios are. I have no intention of pursuing that myself directly, but I do know that things are different on publicly owned land. And this facility would be a huge huge asset for Severn Township if we can figure out a way to build it. So that's really all I have to say about it at this time. Thank you.
Okay, Member Cox.
I'd like to hear a reply on that, only because if it's still a publicly owned building on township property, like I think there's only like I'm not clear on.
It's kind of the reverse of giving a spa at Ontario Place, except it's for the public benefit.
Would the CEO or Mr. Plunkett like to? Mr. Plunkett, and then we'll ask you to comment.
Thank you through the chair, and thank you for that comment, but no disrespect, but I think this warrants a much larger discussion for this council. Like to speak now and to put staff on the spot as to whether or not, and I'm not opposed to that sports dome. I understand the merit and what would bring to our township, but at this point, I know that we're going to have a discussion, and I think it's in November's corporate services meeting. We're going to discuss, I think, the administration building. We're going to discuss the West Shore facility. That is also looming over our heads. But at this point, I don't know if I'd want to put staff on the spot. That's just me on the spot as far as whether or not we take over those lands. Is that what we're asking? Okay, sorry. What were you asking for?
I just want to ask if a building is built on public lands that township owns, you still pay development charges? Or no, Andrew, that's all I want to know.
We'll let Mr. Plunkett speak, and then we'll ask the CEO to wrap it up.
So if I can, the municipality itself does not pay development charges.
No, but it was a private company building it on public land.
I don't think it would be any different than the curling club. So the curling club built on municipal property. The only problem is that I would suggest in that situation, it's likely got to be township owned or designed to come back to the township after a certain number of years.
That's what I was looking for to ask. And the other one is, I do realize that it will be a benefit, but I think the city of Orillia would benefit more from it than us, because of the fact of people coming and staying at their places and things. And I'm not saying I don't agree with it. I think it'd be wonderful. It's just that I don't want it on the backs of our ratepayers.
I'm going to let CEO speak, and then Member Brennan.
Sorry, through the chair, I'm not sure I have much more to add. I think the mayor is correct. If they put that proposal forward, it'll be a much bigger discussion at the council table.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Brennan.
Yeah, and I fully concur with that. I don't have a problem with that. I would suggest though that the presenter had entertained trying to get the facility in Orillia. Orillia doesn't have a place to put it, and they are already so in debt with their recreation center, over $50 million. It's a long shot, if not negligible chance at best. So that would leave possibly Lakehead, which won't be servicing Severn Township. It'll service students in Lakehead, and that's less desirable. We would get very little time for our own residents to use such a fabulous facility. So let's see what they come up with, I figure, and we'll go from there. Got nothing to lose.
Thank you, Member McIntyre.
Yeah, through the chair. The fact that we have to do something with this building, and the fact that West Shore is starving for a recreation facility, I 100% think it'd be a marvelous idea if we could find a way around it. But I think the building here and Member Minnings' need in her community is kind of put ahead of this for a moment or two. So I think this council has to look at this in many different ways, and I think through the staff and perhaps their contribution to how it's going to work, if it's going to work, is more important than at this moment than the other two questions that we have about the building and Member Minnings' need. So thanks. That's all I have.
Okay, thanks. So we have a motion to receive as information, then Madam Clerk.
Thank you. So it'll be the motion attached to the report. So it'll be that planning report number P23-037 regarding an August 30th, 2023 delegation from Simcoe Sports Dome Inc. regarding a proposal for the construction of a new sports dome facility with field housed at Otis Park be received, and that the request from Simcoe Sports Dome Inc. for waiving township development fees for site-specific for-profit project is not currently recommended due to the magnitude of impact on the overall township tax base. And further, that Simcoe Sports Dome Inc. be advised that they should investigate the waiving of other applicable development fees related to the respective authorities.
Okay, we move for that, please. Moved by member Brennan, second by member Burkett. All in favor? Carried. Before our next presenters, do we want to take a quick 5-minute break? And then we can get well rested and ask some good questions. to go back here?
Well, sorry to hear that. That's terrible.
Okay, so we're going to go to item F 1.2. And we'll ask, I think Nick is going to kick this off. Madam CEO will kick it off.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to kick it off. I asked the staff to put this presentation together for you because you'll remember one of your strategic goals is improve customer service. And one of the goals you gave me was improve customer service. However, it's a lot more complicated than just be faster. And I think until you understand the complexities, it's difficult to deal with that. So they've brought an excellent education package for you.
Great. On that note, then, good morning, Nick, and we'll go to the building process first.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee. And I'm going to kick it off. I did ask Katie if she wanted to switch it up, and I do planning, and she does building, and we decided no, that's not the case. So anyhow, I'm going to try my best to do my bits here. Okay, building processes. I'm going to kick it off. Then Katie's going to take over the planning processes. Next slide, please. Okay. Sorry. Technical difficulties. Okay. First slide is kind of the viewpoint of, I think, what public kind of sees as happening. It's a very simplistic workflow. Permit comes in, township reviews it, permits gets issued. Very simple. And unfortunately, sometimes the in-between part, which is the application gets submitted in a township review part, there's a little bit of back and forth. And today's presentation is really going to be highlighting that particular section of it. Next slide, please. So what really happens once the permit is submitted? Next slide. And this is basically a workflow of what really happened when a permit gets submitted. So the top box, which is that little green box, hard to see, but let's imagine here that someone's providing an application to build a new house. That application gets submitted, and our first job is we review it and take a look, make sure we got the application, all the forms in place. The permit coordinator does her initial research of it. Actually, the whole section there over to the right is really the permit coordinator's responsibility to kind of make sure that that permit is as complete as possible to allow us the opportunity to review. And sometimes there is a little bit back and forth between the applicant and the permit coordinator to ensure we can get to the point, which is over on the left, and that little mustard colored box there, where it's, hey, we deem that permit as being complete. Let's get the show on the road in terms of reviewing it. And we follow down one area there, we start the review process. Now, this is kind of showing it very linear, where it goes over to planning, building, public works, treasury, external agencies. Doesn't necessarily follow that flow all the time. And a lot of times the permit coordinator has to do a little bit of adjustment on that based on workflow, how busy the staff are. So there's a little bit of review, moving around on that end of it. But the planning aspect of it is usually where we start off the process as part of it. Once it has all the applications or all the reviews done by the internal departments or the external departments, our hope is we can get to the box over on the bottom left, which is the permit coordinator can deem that permit able to issue, or we can permit is able to issue, and we can call that person up to say, hey, that permit is ready. Permit or the applicant comes in, does the paperwork, pays the fees, permit is issued, and we can have our administrator essentially do the aspect of a records management aspect of it, get those files ready, and have a historical document available at that point in time, which we can take. At that point in time, we undertake our inspections, or on some occasions, we have some revisions we got to do. If we have some revisions we got to do, we may have to go back to the top again and start the process again. Very rarely we ever have to do that whole process right from the beginning.
So Nick, I'm going to jump in, and anybody on the committee can speak too. My first question is, so the permit coordinator, when that person gets the application, how do they know it's incomplete, or does it have to go to each department to see whether it's incomplete? That's my first question.
Okay.
And I'll let you answer that now, and then it'll follow up.
Absolutely. And thank you for that question. We actually are going to go through an example of what happens in that case where maybe it wasn't complete and here's what we did. However, there is one of the cells or workflow process over here. Sometimes it does take that permit coordinator or that permit coordinator has to correspond with the various departments. And usually we learn or from examples or learn from issues we've had in the past. So here's a case or a scenario. And Chelsea has been incredible when it comes down to it. So she knows what to look for, and if unsure, we'll ask the questions to the various departments. So she's spent some time working with planning, saying what are the key issues in which we're missing, and then those are the key issues that she's going to make sure that those drawings are showing or illustrating. Same thing with the building, and same thing with public works. And development charges is the other one, but that's pretty symptomatic in terms of what that is. But again, asking the questions ahead of time, just because we've experienced those questions before. So we kind of nip it in the bud as much as possible if we can.
Okay, and then so what is the fee for the pre-consultant? When does the resident start paying?
So in our township, we actually do not intake or take any money up front. We take it in the very, very end. At some point, the township may want to look at doing some form of application fee, which is maybe a credit at that point when the building permit fee is. But right now, there is $0 that come in when the building permit application comes in that we take. We only get paid if that permit is issued, and they come in and pick it up.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Member Minnings.
Hi, sorry, and thank you through the chair. Just to follow up to that. So there's no money exchanged until the payments until the building permit's issued, but are costs incurred by the applicant before the building permit's issued? Because I've been told by people that don't have a building permit that they're getting invoices from the township. So that doesn't make your answer. I just need you to expand on charges to applicants or people investigating prior to building permit.
Yeah, thank you. And through the chair, I'll try to answer it, but I may have to forward over to Katie for the probably most eloquent response on that one. However, on the building permit end of it, so we're talking about building permit fees, and we have a separate building permit bylaw which deems that you're building a house, here's how much we charge per square foot. That fee does not get applied. There is no fee for that. There might be fees which may apply if you apply for minor variance. And at that point in time, there will be a fee that they're going to get charged. Or if you're in a site plan area, site plan control, at that point in time, you're going to have maybe some fees which are implied. And if I may defer or maybe ask if Katie, through the chair, has anything else to add to that?
Yeah, go ahead, Katie, if you want to jump in.
Yeah, I got about 25 slides later to add to that. So I think maybe we'll just pause it there. Really, we're talking about just building permits here. If they need a planning act approval, such as a minor variance, a site plan agreement, something like that, that actually comes before this process. So this process we're talking about is if you meet the township zoning bylaw, you meet the building bylaw provisions, all of that, this is your process to getting just a building permit.
Okay, thank you. A follow-up from Member Minnings and then Member Burkett.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure I understand because I assumed that this training that you're giving to council was on the end-to-end experience of someone coming in to do a project. So that your answer doesn't make sense to me, but I'm going to just hold on to that and let you get through your presentation.
Member Burkett.
Thank you. Through the chair to Member Minnings. I think the way this is set up in your question, if there was a building lot and it didn't require any planning, whatever you'd like to call it, or it didn't require a minor variance, it was a building lot that was approved years ago and it's been approved ongoing, they could just walk in and ask for a building permit. And I think that's where it differentiates. Is that what you're looking for? Okay, we'll wait then.
Okay, back to you, Nick.
Thank you. And I'm going to make some mentions of the word applicable law. And I think that's going to be a key component on that and may actually help out answer the question on this as well, or follow forward that a bit more. Can I have you go back a couple of slides if you don't mind? Oh, is that the next one? Sorry. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Go back to that one there. Thank you very much. Okay. So here's kind of a list of what are the most common items that deem a permit incomplete. Applications not filled out completely. So the provincial, so there's an application form the province has come up with. So this is the same application form, whether you're in Severn or whether you're in Sarnia. Okay, it doesn't matter. It's all the same. The sections are all the same. All we can do is modify it very, very, very slightly. Okay, we can add maybe a couple of schedules for it, but actually the schedules which are on it, there are a couple of which are mandatory by the province, and we all have to ensure that those are dealt with. If all those sections, where applicable, must be filled out, including one important section which talks about Terrion. And there's other sections there too. So sometimes we do have to go back to the applicants and advise them. Information which is missing that, as it was mentioned to you before, a permit coordinator is conversing with various departments, ensuring that we're getting these things up front. So if there's information that we know that zoning is going to be asking for it, such as an accessory building that doesn't show the heights, she's going to make sure that those are actually on the drawings as part of it. Illegible drawings, and I am actually going to show you some examples on that. So I'll move over on that one. Okay, insured drawings are intended for permit submission. So we see this happening all the time. We see a little clause in it, draft only, not for construction, not for permit, whatever the case, presentation drawings. So we have to catch those as well. The site plans, not including setbacks or potential discrepancies that we see when we bring up our GIS mapping and say, hey, this site plan that you've kind of created here only shows one building, where in fact we're showing 3 or 4 different buildings. Red flags start going up at that point in time. So we have to look into that a little bit more. Waterfront properties. We're in Severn. We have a lot of waterfront properties, and that has some additional restrictions on it. And we have to ensure that we are reviewing to a criteria where we are making sure that they are meeting setbacks, high water marks, floodplain issues, all these wonderful things that we have to check. Lock rating plans. This has been a contentious item for years. We're still having issues where we're not getting all the information on lock rating plans. We're doing our best in order to get that and educating the public as part of it. Deck submissions. So a lot of times decks can be problematic. You go to your big box store and they'll give you what's called a cut list or a cut diagram. They're not intended for construction drawings, but they submit it as construction drawings. So it doesn't really help us out. And a lot of times we're sending those back for additional information. Documents not being produced by qualified individuals. We'll talk a bit more about that, but the building code is very specific. Some projects, such as if you have an access or let's go back to the sports dome. Here's a prime example. You got a sports dome. You have a possibility of a congregation of a large number of people in this one area. That's called an assembly building. In terms of the hierarchy of safety factors, accessibility standards, safety of that kind of building, it's one of the higher ones. The only one that maybe trumps that one would be maybe a penitentiary or a hospital. Okay, because you got people, you're trying to get out a lot of people out in a small period of time, and those people and those type of buildings need an additional level of safety involved on it. That has to be done by an architect and an engineer in some cases. Okay, the code is very specific in terms of who can do that, and we have to ensure that those are the correct people who are doing it. And the external agencies, and our jurisdiction, MTO, we got the 400 corridor, we have the Highway 11 corridor, we have Highway 12, so we have some restrictions that way. We have other ones such as the Clean Water Act, which is through the Source Water Protection, and we have a number of them. We have the Environmental Protection Act through site plan control areas. We have a number of them. So we have several, and we'll talk a bit more about that. Next slide, please. Okay, incomplete drawings. So this is actually an example of one we did receive. I had an uncle who used to love giving directions based on where the trees were. And in this particular case, they have dimensions here to tree lines. Is the tree line the property line? I don't know. We don't know. We can't tell. We don't even know where the street is. This might be a corner lot. If it's a corner lot, that's going to have an implication in terms of how our planning folks need to review the zoning on that. So these are some of the items that we kind of need additional more information on that.
Meetings, sorry.
Hi, through the chair. Just so on this one, so I guess my question then is to Cassidy. So when you see this as part of the incoming in your initial review, would you, pick up the phone and call the applicant, or what's the process? That's what I'm looking for. Thanks.
Through the chair to member meetings. So this one was a bit unique. So like Nick kind of spoke on earlier, the tree line, we don't know what that defines as. So for us, there's a couple different things that we initially look for when I receive a permit application. So first off, like Nick said, I have we'll say about 10 things that I look for on behalf of planning for them to ensure that they can conduct their review like quickly and thoroughly, and all the information is there. So for example, I have no idea what this unit is that they're proposing. It doesn't say house. It doesn't say what it is that they're proposing to construct from what I can tell. I have no idea where the property lines are. I don't know the size of the structure. I think it's got one dimension listed on there. I'm sorry, I don't have it pulled up on my computer, but that's where it just initiates a couple different things. So for example, a couple things that I look at is ensuring that setbacks are being met, that lot coverage is being met. Those two right there, I can't determine because I have no idea how big this lot is. I have no idea what it is that they're proposing. There's a few different things. So when a submission such as this comes in, I'll look at the other documents. We'll look at the aerial imagery. We kind of look at the resources that we have available to us. And then, as Nick mentioned, I will consult with the appropriate divisions to see, okay, is there anything else that you're seeing that I should be requesting for? Because I actually email correspondence back to the applicant. The idea is that if they have hired anybody to conduct their drawings, the idea is that they can forward that correspondence along to the appropriate parties to conduct that. So
okay, thank you. And my apologies on your name.
That's okay.
Not Cassidy, Chelsea. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I will elaborate. There was numerous correspondence in this particular applications with the applicant, and which is a really good segue to the next slide, please. And in this one over here, we had even more communications with the applicant in terms of not only reading, and I still actually don't even know what the dimension is on that one, but we actually ended up having to do a site visit with the applicant to confirm it was what they were intending to do. So in this particular case, you can't read what that dimension is off the side. They used a survey, which was great. It helped out quite a bit on that end of it, but the survey actually showed it was too close to the property line. They wanted to tear down a garage and rebuild it again. Eventually, we got this through, and but it did involve a site visit just to confirm the dimension as part of it. Again, we didn't get paid for this. We only got paid until the very end, and I'm not even sure we even covered our costs in this particular case here, but we did it in order to get this application through. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this one I'm kind of speechless still. So this is the architectural drawings we got. We got an application form, we got this drawing, and we got a site plan. I think the site plan was actually okay, but this over here, so the intention of the architectural drawings is essentially give me the drawings so that I can build it myself without you explaining to me what you're doing. I cannot do this with this. Okay. It does not show me anything. We had to go, we're still dealing with this one. Okay. Next slide. Okay. This one is actually not that bad. I don't know the size of the footings. I can't tell if it's wood, is it concrete, where the beams. and this was our site plan too. And we actually did have some correspondence in this one over here. And anyhow, talking about correspondence, next slide, please. So when we did have some correspondence with that specific applicant, this is actually a snapshot of the screen that we actually sent to the applicant saying, here's some things that we need to do. And we kind of tried to nip it in the bud. It says, look, we're not going to be able to get these things reviewed. Here's what we need. Next slide, please. And we started getting some pretty good drawings after that. So next slide. So we have a floor plan here showing us what we need as part of it. We got now the dimensions of the footings. We know it's going to be wood. We're getting the information we need again. Next slide. And a cross section. This is the stuff that we really helps us out. Next slide. And I think that also brings us to the point, what have we done to help residents, developers improve their quality of plan submission? And we've taken an approach where, let's educate as much as we possibly can. So we provided more user-friendly guides for various permit submission types. We have one in draft mode, which we've been kind of putting it out there and working with for a deck. It's much more visual as opposed to written. And I think we'll probably proceed on that aspect as we move on. They're very helpful. A picture is worth 1,000 words versus the wording of it as part of it. Using our website and including various examples and additional guides. We have also one there for an event tent that we did last year. It's up online right now. And we have, here's what we need for various projects as part of our website. Better permit tracking. So it's funny, prior to COVID, we had a good number of applications that were still walking. They came in with the paperwork, here you go. Although we actually wanted the digital copies of it, I will say 90% of what we get now, actually even more than that, 96% or even to that point, it's email. That's how we're getting it right now. Now, unfortunately, a lot of times on email, it's a lot of piecemeal, which is occurring. So we've developed certain tracking mechanisms so that we can piece things together a bit more as part of it. Our bylaw, when we did our bylaw in 2021, we also added a Schedule C where we indicated if you have a project and you're submitting a lot grading plan, here's what you got to show. So we've actually indicated kind of a checklist saying, here's what you got to show on that checklist as part of it. And I think we're going to continue with that role. And I think the number one thing that we probably did is the permit coordinator role to basically nip it in the bud and catch it really, really quick. And sorry, just a quick story. Our permit coordinator was probably on her first week on the job here. I got a complaint from a designer, and the designer was laying into me regarding the fact that we had told his client that the permit was incomplete. And I think it was around 2 days into the submission of the project. So I talked to the designer, and after a few minutes of holding my phone out like this from me, I found what the root cause of the problem was. And that was the fact that the designer thought they had a few more days to get the drawings done and wanted to submit it in ahead of time and bring the information in later. And we caught that it was an incomplete application at the end of it all. So it was kind of a funny situation where we're trying to nip it in the bud, and we did. And we still got some slack for doing that as part of it, because it didn't make that designer look very good to the applicant as part of it. So next slide. We still got some work to do really when it comes down to it. So I think our new program, which our billing software along with our financial system software, is really going to help out quite a bit. There's software there that's a lot more intuitive. I think the software we're looking at should be a little bit more intuitive, where it says, hey, if you're submitting an application for a deck, here are what you need, and you submit it at that point in time. That's part of it. So we have some checklists that we're still developing. We have some our neighbors have provided us some pretty good checklists, and I think we're going to
just a question, Nick. Member Cox has a question.
Your online applications, we still do accept in-person applications, right? Because I've heard other places don't, and I know it's very frustrating for a lot of people because not every week, I mean, we can't do that because not everybody has internet. Okay, thank you. I had that. Okay.
Yeah, we absolutely do. Although like 4%, maybe 5%, maybe do. Yep, for sure. I still think we got to put a little bit more project specific guys, like I mentioned before. Pictures worth 1,000 words, make it much more visual rather than the word end of it. Show them here's what we expect as part of it. And I think anyone really appreciates that. Our website, we have a wonderful tool. We have our website, and I think we can enhance that a bit more. And we continue by adding these checklists and those guides to it. So if you know what to expect ahead of time, you're not going to be surprised when we tell you you're missing your cross section. That's part of it. And I think our bylaw, we're always updating it. So we have in our drive, we have our bylaw, which probably has a few lines on it saying, okay, we got to define this a bit better. We got to add this to it. We got to, maybe next time we open it up again, here's some things we got to add or take away from it because there's causing some confusions as part of it. Okay. And next slide, please. Why is it taking so long to get my permits? So applicable law. And I think the next slide on this one, which we're not going to get to just yet, but it's the applicable law. And going over to what Member Minnings was asking, and I was kind of alluding to with the applicable law. So applicable law is a list of regulations that usually is provided by the province. And it says, these are some additional protections or approvals that are required prior to being able to issue a building permit. So a couple of those are the Planning Act. Planning Act brings in the zoning bylaw. That's applicable law. Okay. We have the Environmental Protection Act. That's applicable law. We have the Source Water Protection, applicable law, nutrient management. I can go on. There's actually about 42 lines listed on the applicable law list, but because it's actually in the building code, and I am responsible to ensure that before we issue a permit, they meet the applicable laws, that onus is on me to ensure that that is done. I don't have the expertise when it comes down to planning. That's why I really rely on the folks on the planning end of it to assist me when it comes down to that. Just like I do with the Ministry of the Environment or the other sources or agencies which are out there as well. Okay. A lot of times we are waiting for internal and external agency comments. So one case, there was a Environmental Protection Act. We had a application which was on an old rail land, and it was caught through the planning process. I was advised I had to go over to the applicant and say, hey, the house you're looking at building is on old rail land, just so you know. So actually triggered a mechanism under the applicable law list. Says now you got to actually do a record of site condition or an assessment on it. And it found that there was some concentration of some chemicals. Actually, a list of chemicals which were on that site was fairly lengthy, but luckily nothing was actually very dangerous at that point. But it took about 9 months for us to get the clearance from that. And that was a combination of requiring them to get a qualified person in order to get the reports done, and then the ministry to register that on their website. And that's a publicly registered website as well. Okay, so that's one example. Sometimes we're waiting for ownership changes. So sometimes, or we're waiting for approvals from an authorized person to act on behalf of the owner. So that sometimes does take some time. And our queue, we make mention of our queue, and our queue is kind of a hot topic sometimes because we don't know how many are going to be. When I say the queue, it's basically where are you in the pile on it. That pile can vary. Right now, we're actually in pretty good shape. However, I can tell you, we got 29 permits in today. So guess what? That queue is drastically different today than it was yesterday. So, and it's first come, first serve, unfortunately. However, we will use our discretion when it comes down to it. So if we do have one that's in the hopper already, and maybe we're just waiting for one beam to be designed by an engineer, and that does come through, Well, we'll take a look at that. Obviously, we'll use our discretion in terms of saying that one's something we can probably take a look at fairly quickly and get out of here if we can. But a lot of times when you got 29 permits that you're waiting to get through, it becomes problematic, and we're trying to get through it.
Yeah, I think that's where I was going to jump in. That if it's already going through the process and it gets kicked back for a couple of items, then I think it should go back to a special queue that, hey, this one's looks like you're 99% done there. And why should they have to wait the extra 20 days or wherever it is? And I think that I don't like that goes to the bottom of the pile, but that's just my opinion.
And I can 100% understand that and agree with it. I'm going to use an analogy here, and this is where I sometimes have to use some discretion, or our inspectors have to use some discretion on it. And we do use some discretion when it comes down to that. However, I use the analogy: if you got a car in a hoist that your mechanic is doing an oil change on it, and then the client who called up saying there was a knock in the door, are you going to put that hoist down with that car that's in the middle of doing an oil change in order to complete it? So we try to complete whatever's done and then maybe go back to that if possible. Sometimes they get rather complex, and sometimes we have to do it. We also got to remember, we are a small municipality. We don't have a full-time plans examiner. So our inspectors are trying to do inspections, and they're out from 9:30 to 3:30 in the day doing that. And we're trying to do plans review in those other times, or one day a week we allocate it for them to actually stay in the office or to do plans review as part of it. And I think that's worked out pretty well, and that kind of keeps the building hopper in pretty good conditions. But obviously it's going to be pretty tough when we get 29 permits in, and we're going to have some effects on that.
So just in summary, on your second last paragraph there, it could be an asterisk there that some discretion could be used there. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And seasonal high permit submissions can lead to longer times. And I have a chart that kind of shows that. Can you go back to the applicable laws, and I'll do that one first. So I was mentioning about the applicable law list. This is it. So this comes directly from in the building code. And it does change every once in a while. I've seen this change probably about 3 or 4 times in the past, maybe 4 years, I would say. Something's been added, something's been removed as part of it. Some of it does apply to the township. Some of it does not apply to the township. Like, for instance, the Conservation Act is not applicable for the township, but there are other ones that definitely are applicable to the township as part of it. Okay. And next slide. Yeah. So this chart kind of shows our peaks. Generally, it shows May, we have that big spike. Now, keep in mind, we get the applications in usually a couple months ahead of time. That's our goal. Actually, I always tell someone that if you can send the message out, if you're applying for a permit, January, February, March are a great time to apply for a permit. Remember, you don't have to pay up front. Put it in at those times of the year where we maybe have a little bit more time that we can work on it. But with that, I'm going to also advise a little caveat on it. Remember, a house has about 10 inspections on it. And if it takes around 6 months to build it, we issue the permit in September. We're still doing the inspections for the rest of the month. So it's kind of a domino effect where, yes, we're issuing the permits, but we're still doing the inspections the rest of the year. So we are a very busy department, if you haven't noticed, and we put a lot of kilometers on our vehicles as well. So, and that becomes even more troublesome when you think of the geography that we deal with the township of Severn. If you had an inspection over at Swift Rapids Road, block 43, you're going to be 50 minutes on the road in order to get to that. And heaven help you if you have an inspection after over at Swift Rapid Road, you have another inspection we have on, I'm trying to remember the name of the street, where if you went as a bird flew 1 kilometer away, you actually had to be an hour and 15 in order to get to the other inspection because you're doing a tour of the township. That's part of it. It might have been. Yeah, it was tough. Let me tell you, it was tough. And then we have waterfront properties, and then that even adds a little bit more complications to it as well. Okay. And next slide.
Oh, sorry.
Head member Mennings.
So thank you through the chair. Nick, I just had a question on the graph. So then the data shows that, for example, the most recent year, 2022, the peak happened sometime July, August, and it was around just over 70 permits issued in that month. Is that what we're seeing? Yeah. Roughly?
I have a chart, and I would say it's somewhat changed this year. I didn't put this year's stats on it, and it would have been probably very different. I would say that's pretty consistent.
Mm-hmm.
I have a chart in my office where I kind of take a look at it. I would say on average, if you look at it in the long haul, it's very consistent on that end of it. There's going to be some fluctuations. And I kind of know that there's going to be certain months, because development charges go up, we're always going to have that little bit of a peak, but I would say that's fairly consistent for the most part.
And then just my follow-up question is around the permits that come in. So for example, with the 29 that arrived today, are they sorted in any way that they might be, prioritized? Simple permits, an accessory building, a deck, something versus a development, a full house, whatever you deal with, or are they treated equally? And I'm just looking at the number of permits. They have come down historically year to year. And we have more staff in the department. So I'm wondering how that works around the permits coming in, or are you strictly adhering to next one on the pile, get service regardless of the permit?
To the chair or member Minnings, I would say for the most part, first in, first out is the way it works. The only exception I would say is staff are aware that there might be some situations such as a dilapidated building or an order to remedy, which may take priority in that type of situation. So we are cognizant that there are some situations where we do have to prioritize a bit. And next slide, FAQs and comments. I thought my permit had to be signed off within 10 days. In fact, table 1313 division C gives a couple of time frames. It gives 10 days, 15 days, 20 days, or 30 days, depending on the type of project it is. Okay. The one key element I want to say on that one, because we do get asked that question, you got 10 days to get your permit out. 10 days after it meets all applicable laws. Okay, so basically what I'm saying is once it's in the silo of building services, where it's got planning sign off, where it's got development charges sign off on it, yes, we have 10 days. And I can tell you, we're pretty much meeting that. Okay, or 15 days, or 20 days, or 30 days. There are some exceptions, and that time does stop. I'll give you a good example over here. We had townhouses. We were missing a design for a party wall. We had to go back to the designer as part of it, and we had to wait about a week, I think it was, for us to get that party wall design as part of it. We got it, we reviewed it, it was issued. So we're good there. So there is a kind of a clock that kind of starts. For the most part, we are meeting that. However, we have to be cognizant. We have those times of the years where 29 permits come in one shot. I'm not sure that's really going to happen in that case, but on average, we probably are meeting those targets there. But once again, it's applicable law has to be, all parts of applicable law have to be met. Next one is, why am I being told to hire a qualified person? Well, there's a couple of reasons. One would be the Ontario Building Code says so. Like I mentioned about the sports dome, where you have certain types of buildings, you have to do it that way, or you require that extra level of person to review it. And also the other reason is we saw the quality of some of the submissions as well. So the code says when you do have a person who is doing the drawings for you, that person has to be qualified for that specific category as part of it. So we do ask for that as well. We have to make sure that they are qualified for that purpose. Another one is,
Member Minnings, and then jump in there.
So does the building code say that you have to hire a qualified person? You just said that. I didn't know that was in the code.
In some situations, yes, it does.
So not overall.
It depends on the project. So
Thank you. Okay. No, good. Thanks.
And actually, it does use the word qualified person in the code. When will my permit be ready? Timing cannot be guaranteed, especially during our peak season, as I mentioned before. So we have to, we track it as best as we can. And sometimes when we are very, very busy, it's really tough to know what's coming in, what's coming out as part of it. We do our best. There's numerous correspondence that we have with our staff in order to ensure that we do that. But again, we're doing our inspections 9:30 to 3:30. We're trying to do our plans review within those timeframes. It's really tough to gauge if you're doing 10 inspections a day, or if you're doing 15 inspections a day, or if you got one on where your inspections are. Are you going to be on Horde Way, or are you going to be on some other road, which is going to take you about 50 minutes to get to? So it's tough to really quantify that. Next slide. Why is my permit taking so long? Sorry, did I do that one? Yeah. Sorry. I go over the slide. Next slide, I think it was. Okay. Why is my permit taking so long? As we're oh yeah, as we were taking time to revise your drawings, other submissions are being received by the township. This is again the first come to queue as well, but again, we use some discretion when it comes down to it. Next question, do I need to get a building permit for a shed? So back in April of 2022, there was a slight change in the code where it did increase that to 15 meters square. So that was a change. And however, even though you do not need a permit, you still have to meet the zoning requirements as part of it. Yeah. Can I do my own drawings for a garage shed? If you're the homeowner, yes, absolutely. Okay, so back to member Minnings, yeah, you could do it, but we have to also ensure that you're providing drawings which are sufficient for us to review as part of it. So, and I am going to pass it over now to Katie.
I'm going to jump in and just ask one question. So, from a building permit point of view, what would trigger a lot grading plan? And who's qualified to do a lot grading plan? Is it an engineer? Is it a surveyor? So that's two questions I got.
Thank you. So in our building bylaw, we when we did it in 2021, we solidified that and provided a little bit more definition in terms of who can do the drawings. If it's in a plan of subdivision, it's very clear. It's that subdivision engineer has to do it. And I think you want that engineer to do it because they are the best to knowing the specific requirements as part of it, such as what the invert locations are on the driveways. Here's what the elevations of the floors should be. Maybe there was a high water issue and they had to set those elevations at a certain point. So in case of a subdivision, it's going back to the subdivision engineer as part of it. If it's a non-subdivision engineer, we do have some qualifications that it can be done by an OLS, a landscape architect, a consulting engineer, or a lot grading engineer, and I am missing one of them, and I can't think of right now. Ontario land surveyor. So we do allow some allowances that way. We do have a leeway right now with a 2-hectare lot. And I'm probably going to suggest that if we ever open up our bylaw, where we say anyone can essentially do it or a qualified person can do it, such as the designer, and I'm probably going to suggest that get removed next time we open it up. It's causing some issues with us as part of it. So in our building bylaw, we have a pretty good dialogue there where it says, here's who can do it, depending on the type of project.
Thank you, Nick, and Member Cox.
Sorry, thank you very much for your presentation. When you were saying simplistic, pictures work 1,000 words. For someone like me, and I do have I know a bit, I don't know a lot, but that whole, this is not complete, this is complete. would be a wonderful thing to put in there, because I've had people show me things and I'm going, I don't think that's going to work somehow or other. So I think that would be wonderful. A picture's worth 1,000 words on that one. And the other one I really wanted to promote is we have to follow provincial guidelines. And this is where I get tired when people say, why do your staff make, and I'm like, it's not, it's a provincial guideline that every municipality has to follow. And basically they all follow the same, they all have to follow it. And that's the way it is. And I would like that to be highlighted somewhere. I know I had talked to Tracy one time about our communication person about highlighting departments and what they do. And I think parts of this would be excellent to put out there, so people can see that. The average person can go, oh, even those the FAQs, which we did with the septic one, those are ones that I hear a lot, especially the shed one. And those are just a couple of things I wanted to say. And, also the whole idea of apply in January, February, March, and that would help people, because this is education and information. Those types of things I think are really good. And I just want to thank you very much, you and your department, and Chelsea, for all you do. Thanks.
Okay, Member Minnings.
Thank you. And before we move on, so it's my understanding that the bylaws haven't changed recently, but the interpretation of the bylaws perhaps have changed from within the township staff. So, and the code says, and it's in your presentation, minimum, they meet the minimum qualifications, etc. I'm just wondering if that's something that's a priority for you within the township. So I do hear from business owners and residents, specifically around planning and development, hence your presentation here. So I really need to understand when people are asking me to intervene in areas where they feel that they're being over asked for things in the township. So just because you're the recipients of that. So I'm just asking for a general reaction or statement on that, because if the bylaws haven't changed, perhaps as a council, our job is bylaw and policy. If there's a role for us to look at some of those, to strengthen them so that we're not putting extra work back to you, etc. I feel there's a disconnect.
Yeah, through the chair. I'm trying to think of changes in policy or interpretations. I'm unfortunately I'm not aware of any. Katie's giving me that look. Yeah, I think the building is actually, building bylaw has been there since 2021, and the building code has been there for a while too, but maybe it's a question more for planning.
Question
through the chair to Member Minnings. Can you give me an example that, like, I think I know what you're trying to say, but is there an example of a resident that had a problem? Like, can you give me an example of it?
Sorry, I'm not comfortable giving you a specific example of a resident.
No, I don't want a name. I just want what was the application and what.
Well, I think we'll get on, and full disclosure, I am taking the planning course for new counselors on November 6th. So your presentation, my questions are just to try and understand around what's within your control and where you need our assistance to perhaps help alleviate some of the what you've been talking to. And if it's not yours, Nick, that's fine. I'll wait for the planning. Thanks.
Yeah, go ahead, Nick.
Thank you. Just something that kind of triggered that you kind of said and just hit me at that point. So when we did our building bylaw, we did incorporate, here's really what we need. So the building codes, or the building code act says my job is, one of the main purposes of it is to develop policies and procedures to assist in getting permits issued, or assisting the public in getting them issued. One of them is creating checklist. So I know we've developed a checklist, and we've maybe altered that checklist a little bit when it comes down to, if you're applying for a building permit for a house, here's what you have to submit. So we have incorporated that. We've expanded on that maybe a little bit more. We said, here's what our expectations are, and we're really sticking to it. And I think that becomes an important mitigation risk as well, because if we're saying that's what our expectations are on this, we need to stick to it. And I can tell you, we do have dialogue with other jurisdictions in the province, including our neighbors. And I don't think we're really out the way of asking for what is being asked with other municipalities as part of it as well. So we need trust drawings as part of it. Maybe it wasn't asked for in the past. We are asking for upfront because we learned that we don't get them later on. It's actually creating more work on our end of it. So we learn from our mistakes and we try to create them so we are a little bit more efficient in terms of delivering the services we provide. Yep.
Okay, and Nick, thank you for your presentation, and we'll move into the planning process. Ms. Vanderbilt, welcome.
Thank you, Chair. So just a quick overview, and I'm sure Councillor Minnings is going to hear a lot about this then in her course that she's about to take. So generally speaking, you know, when we go to planning school, or which sounds funny to say out loud, but, you know, university, I guess, for planning, these are the kind of things we talk about. So there's a lot of theory behind what we do and why we do it. I tried to put this in some layman terms here. So environmental protection, I think we all know about, some councillors closer to their heart than others maybe. Avoidance of urban sprawl. So again, I think we all know what urban sprawl means, but it's pretty in the news lately. Population growth management. So, you know, we are growing as a society. Where do you want those new homes, those new population to go? Efficient use of resources. So that's both township resources in terms of water and sewer and roads and waste collection, which is county, obviously, but also resources in the grander scheme of things, right? Like, do we need to build a whole bunch of extra roads? Do we need to use up that extra aggregate? Do we need to spend that extra gas money? All those kind of things, right? Reduced impacts of transportation, promotion of compatible uses. So by that, I mean, you know, do you want to live right next to a factory, or do you want to live next to another house? So that's compatibility of land uses, right? And that's a big thing in planning and the zoning bylaw in particular, and why we do what we do. That leads right into the good neighbor relations. So lots of the policies we have in place are trying to foster good neighbors. No one wants you to build a shed right on the lot line between you and your neighbor. Trust me, they just don't want that. And that's why we do zoning. Right. So the other thing really important for us as a township is public health and safety. And that's a lot of where we have the intervening aspects between planning and building, because everything the building bylaw, the building code's trying to do is trying to look after that general health and safety aspect. And we try to do that in planning as well, because there's no sense in us issuing a planning approval that you then can't build out with a building permit. So essentially, Ontario's land use planning legislation, all the laws that are in place are trying to do all those things, plus I'm sure more that I haven't listed here. So for now, this is how planning legislation in Severn works. So it is basically a top-down approach. So if anyone's read any of the staff reports we bring to council, or that consulting planners bring to council, basically it analyzes all of those things that are listed on the screen here. We might not directly pull out sections of the Planning Act. At an OLT hearing, we do have to pull out sections in the Planning Act, but basically the Planning Act is that overarching, top document. The provincial policy and plans, so the provincial planning statement and the growth plan fall right under that. The Planning Act sets up the ability to have those provincial plans. Then our source protection plan falls under that because it applies to a large geographical area. Then the county of Simcoe official plan, then the township's official plan, then the township zoning bylaw, township site plan control bylaw, and then any other municipal bylaws and standards, such as the fencing bylaw. You know, we may look at that when we're looking at development applications, and it's not directly tied to the Planning Act, but it is passed under the Municipal Act. And it's something else we have to look at during that process. Same with the building bylaw. So basically, it's a hierarchy here. Every one of those lower things has to has to meet, conform, follow all of the upper documents. So although the township is only in charge of the items that are in blue, we can only make those items as long as they correlate or conform to all of the upper documents. So we can't just say, you know, we want to let people build a subdivision on Dunn's Line, because that doesn't meet all those documents up above. So first of all, the Planning Act, I won't directly go through all of this, but it's the overarching document. It requires us to have an official plan and a zoning bylaw since we're an incorporated municipality. It provides the the integration of provincial interests. It also tells us how we do planning decisions. So the fact that we have public meetings, council votes on these items in a public format. It establishes complete application requirements. It establishes timelines for decisions, refunding of fees, and also those Ontario Land Tribunal appeals. So all of that is set out in the Planning Act, the overarching provincial legislation. So then right after that is the provincial policy and plan. So again, that 2020 provincial policy statement, currently under consultation to become the provincial planning statement. So still PPS. And then a place to grow, growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. That's our other current provincial plan/policy. So these documents more directly go into provincial strategic initiatives. So the protection of farmland, environmental sensitive lands, aggregate resources is a big thing in there. So is hazard lands, again, that tie to human health and safety. And originally it was the roadmap to how growth should be accommodated and housing supply within our area. So all the official plans, county and ours, as well as all decisions, have to form and comply with these documents. So there are others that just aren't applicable to us. The Oak Ridges Moraine, the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan, although we have Lake Couchiching, it's not part of the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan, and the Greenbelt Plan. Those are all other provincial plans that don't have geographical bearing in Severn. So then we get into our official plans. So the County of Simcoe's, I didn't put the source water one on here because it's kind of a different entity, but we do have to ensure conformity with it as well. But the County of Simcoe's official plan and the Township of Severn's, again, everything we set out in those official plans has to be consistent and conform with the applicable provincial stuff. So the official plans set the direction on where land use will occur and when. So it can also phase development, as we know we've had here in the township in the past. Designate where communities will be and what services they'll have. So it's in the official plans that we say there's going to be water and sewer. You have to develop on that water and sewer, or there isn't water and sewer. It also establishes local health and safety policies and ties into those hazard lands, we would call them. So flood areas prone to flooding, or you might have steep slope policies for landslides and that kind of thing. So next up, the most frequently used one probably here in the township and that people would know is the township zoning bylaw. So it implements the objectives of the official plan. It's the legal document that you turn to for how land use is to be managed. The number one goal there is protecting property and neighborhood conflicts, establishes standards for lot sizes, setbacks, lot coverage, parking, and probably most importantly to most people, it's other applicable law under the Ontario Building Code. So we cannot issue a building permit unless it complies to the township zoning bylaw. And then the next one is site plan control. It's a bylaw that we have here in the township. It's the foundation of that bylaw set out in the official plan. And it says which properties in the township require site plan agreements. So the intent of a site plan agreement, which is ultimately a legal document registered on title, is to ensure orderly, safe, accessible, and functional development. Implements the official plan. As I said, that official plan lays out what has site plan and the zoning bylaw provisions. It references a final set of approved plans, drawings, reports, etc. So basically all of the documents leading up to the agreement, they're referenced in this agreement, and that's how the development is supposed to be finished at the end of the day. And it is registered on title to bind current and future owners. So basically the final set of drawings that referenced in the agreement, they adhere to the township engineering standards, which is a bylaw or policy passed by council. And that incorporates those industry best practices for stormwater, lighting, all those kind of things. And also in the agreement are terms of how this development will come to fruition. So there'll be timelines associated with that. There'll be cost estimates, etc. Also listed within other applicable law of the Ontario Building Code. So for those who aren't as familiar, site plan control only applies to new developments. So existing developments, say there's an existing business that's been there for 50 years, it probably doesn't have a site plan agreement. But if they wanted to build an addition onto that business, now they need a site plan agreement, and now they have to update everything. So they have to lay out that parking lot in accordance with our standards. They need to make sure they have appropriate stormwater management. They have to go back and meet all the current standards. So that's a issue we see that comes up a lot, especially if it's a long-time small business owner and they've, operated their small business for 30 years and now they're doubling the size of their building. Well, now the whole building stock is going to be looked at, the whole property.
Okay, I'll jump in, Member Cox.
Through the chair to Katie. So would the Accessibility Act kick in then too? Okay. That they would have to, because they're renovating, bring it up to standard for the Accessibility Act, right?
So that is through the chair something we look at during the site plan process.
Right.
Absolutely. And we have an accessibility committee, which is mandated, that looks at those applications as well. But then from Nick's point of view, the building division would be involved in that site plan process because of things like accessibility and meeting the Ontario Building Code for that. Because there's no sense in us approving a development that then you can't get a building permit for.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I did just stress, or just for one more thing on site plans. Basically here in the township of Severn, it's for commercial properties, industrial properties, and then some waterfront property. If the subdivision agreement calls for that. We have a few developments that call for that. Institutional uses. It doesn't apply to a one-off residential property. Typically, it is those larger developments.
Member Cox.
Through the chair to Katie. So you could have a lot that someone wants to build on, and then they may do something like take down too many trees or something, and then you would do a site plan control with them in order to make sure that they fulfill their obligation to come back. Like there are certain ones that are residential properties that we do a site plan control with, right? In order to ensure the safety and the environmental and on all those types of things, where they put their building, water, what they do. And so you covered that whole environmental safety.
That's correct. Yeah, through the chair, we do those. As you mentioned, on waterfront, new waterfront subdivisions are typically site plan is applicable for environmental considerations and drainage, things like that. But more commonly, which we'll get into in a bit, is when someone gets a minor variance on a waterfront property, they do a development agreement, which is very similar to this site plan process. It's just a little bit less time consuming and a little bit cheaper.
Okay, thank you.
So an application under the Planning Act, when we say that, that's basically an official plan amendment, a zoning bylaw amendment, a minor variance, a site plan control. So all of those are regulated under the Planning Act. As we know, that's the highest level of legislation. So an application under that allows you to change of those things. So change in the official plan, change a policy bylaw. If it's a small policy change, it could be a minor variance, as well as an application for subdivision condo consent, which is severance right of way. Those are all under applications under the Planning Act, and that's how you develop or create new lands, is through that process. So the Planning Act, so just about those applications, actually, I know multiple counselors in the past through my career have said to me, well, why do we have a zoning bylaw? People are always coming in and asking to change it. Well, there are no two lots really that are the same. Sure, maybe in a brand new plan of subdivision, two lots are pretty similar, but in the most areas of the township of Severn, there aren't properties that are the same. So it would be impossible for us to have zone provisions and official plan policies that perfectly apply to every property. There's always going to be some kind of unique circumstance that sometimes comes up, and that's what these applications are for when we were looking to change something. Something might come up that we just never contemplated before. A new land use or a new trendy situation that really wasn't contemplated in our current zoning bylaw or our current official plan. So basically the Planning Act prescribes when and how this information is provided to the public, how public meetings have to be conducted. The Act also prescribes timeframes, which staff and council have to deal with those applications. And it lays out how and when you can appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal. And if you don't agree with a condition or a decision, how you can appeal that. So I know half of why we're here is because why does this process take so long? So there is an extensive review that we have to go through because we as planners have to satisfy ourselves that they've met every single level of legislation that we went over right at the beginning. So those legislative documents are hundreds of pages long. And lots of them deal with specific factors that we as planners aren't experts in. So there's sections on environmental, there's sections on aggregate protection, there's sections on health and safety protections. So we have to call upon other experts, township staff. For example, a fire and emergency, they're always looking for, does the property need on-site water? Is there going to be a fire hydrant? Is there going to be a fire route? Where's that going to go? And then, public works, they're looking at impacts to municipal roads, drainage, servicing capacity. Someone like Allison, we would even circulate to if they wanted to utilize part of a township road allowance for some reason, or if there was going to be a negative impact to our property, or if there might need to be a supplementary agreement through our clerk. And then external professionals as well. So because we're a small township, we don't have an engineer on staff. So we don't have someone who is looking at that stormwater, who's looking at that traffic plan, all of that kind of thing. So we have an agreement with an external engineer to provide those services for us that council previously endorsed through an RFP or some kind of process like that is not in my wheelhouse. And then we have peer review consultants. So again, we don't have an ecologist on staff. So if we're as planners are looking for confirmation that the environmental protections required by the province are going to be met for a development, then we need to hire as a township an ecologist to look at that and provide comments to us as the planners. So a larger municipality, they might have a conservation authority that does that, which someone would separately pay to the conservation authority, or they might have environmental staff right in-house. Well, obviously we don't have that. And then it is up to the property owner to pay for those services. So our application fees are lower because you're not as a council paying to have all these extra people on staff, but then they have to pay those people in addition to that, which I'll talk about again in a minute. And then again, as kind of Nick talked about as well, there's external agencies always that weigh into these processes. So the Ministry of Transportation, the Trent-Severn Waterway, which is Parks Canada, Canadian National Railway, CP, County of Simcoe Transportation for county roads, if they need a record of site condition, the ministry, all of those kind of factors. So here's our complicated flow chart. So basically we try to color code this a little bit. So the blue is everything that's applicant driven. And then the red kind of color, that's everything we as planning staff are doing internally. And then that yellowy, mustardy kind of color is a somewhat external process. They're consultants that we're trying to manage. And then there's the totally outside our control green box there. So this is the pre-consultation process. This is a pretty new process for us. Council might remember we launched our mandatory pre-con process in December. It passed through council. So this is a new process we're going through where we're front loading basically this process that used to occur after you submit an application. Now you submit a pre-consultation application and we go through this process. And the reason we did that is because the province introduced some lovely legislation that said we would have to refund fees if we didn't deal with things in a certain timeline. So many municipalities went this mandatory pre-consultation route. So I did want to just point out, again, that blue is what the applicant sees. That's their process. And then I tried to put roughly the timing in there. So basically it takes us about 8 to 12 weeks to have a stage 2 pre-con meeting or to get those comments back on a stage 2. So if council will remember, a stage 1 pre-consultation is a general, we want to build a subdivision. Here's our basic concept plan. Let us know what studies you need, what reports you need. The same could be true for a zoning bylaw amendment. Sometimes they just need that stage 1 where they have a basic concept. And we say, yeah, you don't need an environmental study. You don't need a stormwater management plan. You don't need any of those things. So you can go to application. But other times for an official plan amendment or a zoning bylaw amendment, we're probably going to do this stage 2 pre-con where we review these materials ahead of them submitting to council. So basically the process takes about 8 to 12 weeks for the stage 2 pre-consultation, because that's what it used to be for the old process. And then you get into this formal process. So again, the timing in blue is driven by the applicant. When they submit their application form, either for an application, which is what we're looking at right now, or for a pre-con, the process is laid out to them on that application form, especially on the pre-con forms. We've tried to put a lot on there about what they can expect in terms of timing and how that's going to lay out. And then also that they are responsible to pay the fees associated with the consultants and the engineers, as well as their application fees to the township directly. So this process is the formal new, if you will, this year application process. Sorry, just one sec. So I just wanted to give you an example. We have had a few applications go through this new process. It's only been for this year. So just for an example, we had a zoning bylaw amendment application. So it was submitted in August. So this first blue one here, actually I can just draw on here. So this one right here, it was submitted in August. So then we reviewed that within the 30-day timeline. So it was submitted August 23rd, actually. And then we advised them of a complete application. So we have 30 days to do that. If we're looking at this slide right here, we have 30 days to advise them. We advised them 23 days later on September 15th. So then it went out for review. It doesn't go to the county for condo and it only goes to the county for condo subdivision. So it went right to being complete. And we're going to now circulate that to everyone. So that was 23 days to get to this point. We've already advised the applicant. So now we're circulating this. So the notice went out for the October Planning and Development Committee meeting, September 28th, which was 13 days after we advised them of the complete application. And during that time period, we've already sent it to all of these applicable agencies during that 13 days. We also had back and forth with the consultant planner, working on the wording of the notice that was being sent out to the public and the exact parameters that we were going to be amending in the zoning bylaw. Because once we put that on that notice that gets posted on the property, which staff also do as well, and that gets mailed out to residents, we then can't change that too much at a public meeting. So we worked on all of that. So then that was 13 days after advising of a complete application. 6 days later, our staff report to council's due. And so we're trying to get all of these people on board here and trying to get all of those comments back in that 2-week time period. So this is just for a rezoning. If it's for a subdivision, we're not getting that. We're not getting that stuff back within that time period. But this was a relatively simple rezoning. So we as planning staff were trying to get other staff to provide comments. And then we had that public meeting at October Planning and Development, and that was 56 days after they submitted. And then ultimately after that, it goes to council for a decision. So back to the very end of the process here. So that's just a really easy, that's how fast a rezoning can go. Ultimately, when it goes to council for the decision, it'll be 70 days since we received the application. The Planning Act says we have 90 before we have to start refunding those fees. So we are now through this new process meeting those time limits. Whereas in the past, we may have gotten a submission. It was kind of complete, but it maybe was missing something, or all of our departments weren't satisfied. And then we would have had a lot of that back and forth already in this process. And then we would have had to refund those fees. And that's basically why we did all that, this new process. So, oh, it's still on here. I thought it would erase, but it didn't. Oh, well. So again, now, this is just for site plan. So this is something more or less that we're now doing. Let me just see what happened there. Now I drew on it and I can't get that slide back. Oh, there we go. Sorry, so this is the site plan process now. So it's very similar to what we looked at before, but there's no public meeting. And there's no public process for a site plan application. The Planning Act specifically states that. It is not a public process. There's no public input. There's no council decision making. It is a staff administrative process. So because of that, we only have 60 days to approve a site plan now. And what we're going to be looking at doing, similar to lots of our other neighbors, is issuing conditional approvals, meaning that you'll have an approval, but you'll have to satisfy a bunch of conditions before you get that final approval. So again, very similar process, just without public input and without council input. So this was our old process.
I just one quick thing, Member Minnings, Katie.
Thank you through the chair. So regarding conditional approvals, that was one of my questions. So what can an applicant do with a conditional approval?
So through the chair, it really depends on the situation. It depends on the type of application. Typically, conditional approvals just give someone a bit of peace of mind that they have an approval, and then they need to finalize everything. So they need to complete their technical support, technical drawings, or technical specifications. They could get their building permit submission in, all that kind of stuff. It basically, we do conditional approvals for things like severances, minor variances, and then we're going to start doing them for site plans. We've always done them for subdivisions, because you get what's called draft plan approval for a subdivision, and there's 100 conditions listed that you have to satisfy before you get that subdivision agreement. So it's just a similar process.
So thank you. And were you saying that this is a newer process you're putting in place? Okay.
That's correct. Yeah. So in December of last year, council passed the pre-consultation process, and that is a new site plan control bylaw as well. So that really did change this year how we started doing some of those processes.
And the length of time for a conditional approval to stay valid, is there an expiry?
Yeah. So that isn't something we've done for a site plan yet. That is something definitely we're going to be talking about in-house. I just was looking at the city of Barrie stuff the other day, actually, coincidentally, and theirs is good for 6 months. So it just is going to depend. The Planning Act says conditional severance approval is good for 2 years. Typically, draft plan of subdivisions, council knows, sometimes they get extended for years and years, but it's usually 3 years. So it just depends on the type of application. So if we can go back to our old process, so lots of our applications are still in this process right now because they applied before 2023. So I just wanted to give an example of how one of these processes worked. It was an official plan amendment. So that would be sometimes on the easier end of these applications, because this is the same process for a subdivision or a condo. So basically, we had an official plan amendment application. It was submitted in November of 2022. We deemed it incomplete within that 30 days. They resubmitted in December of 2022. It still was incomplete, and they submitted more information over the course of the next 2 months. And one of those things that's required for most Planning Act applications is the consultant has to tell us as staff, and on their application form, as outlined in the Planning Act, how they're going to engage with the public. So most consultants say, we're going to have a public meeting at the township, and they move on. However, this just happened to be a waterfront property, and part of the requirement of the Planning Act is notice gets posted on this property. You can only get there by water. They were submitting an application in the winter. So we said to them, how are you posting this notice? And they said, oh yeah, I guess we're not. I guess we'll wait till spring. So their application originally was submitted in November, deemed incomplete in December, deemed incomplete in January, deemed complete in February when they said they're going to wait till spring to post the notice. So we sent out the notice April 27th. We had a public meeting in May. They posted it before April 27th, but by April 27th was the deadline. We circulated it to the Trent Severn Waterway because it's on the Trent Severn. It's also next to CN Rail. CN Rail provided their comments on September 15th. So that was 5 months after we circulated it to them. And we followed up at least 6 times that I can see. So more than once a month, we followed up asking where those comments were. And they did at one point provide us with some preliminary comments and then advised that their consultant, because they also didn't have their own noise engineer, even though they're CN Rail, was going to be reviewing the study, and they'd let us know when they did that. Additionally, Trent Severn Waterway submitted their comments at the beginning of October. So even later. So of course, I know on this application in particular, and I won't name names, many councillors were involved in this process and were being told that staff was delaying this process. They were fully aware that CN and Trent Severn had not submitted comments. And really, there's not a lot we can do as staff. You know, CN doesn't care what we think, and they don't care about a development in the township of Severn. No offense to us, but, you know, they're CN Rail. So that's just an example of how, despite the timelines I put up there, we really have zero control over when the Trent Severn comments, when CN comments, when the Ministry of Transportation comments. You know, we can follow up with them. We can follow up with them every single day, but it doesn't mean that that's going to make their process go any faster.
Member Cox.
Through the chair to Katie, and this is where they call us.
Correct.
And this is where we are so nice, and then we realize, oh, wait a minute, I think you called us because you didn't hear what you wanted to hear, or things are held up. And I'm not being mean about anything, but these are timely processes, and it isn't always our staff. It's just exactly what you said, waiting for peer reviews, waiting for other agencies, waiting for the county, all those types of things. And they're not the only one there. You've probably got 25 or 50 of them in front of you waiting for all these different people. And I commend that you tried 6 times, because basically getting hold of CN, you could have tried 100 times, and lots of times we never hear from them. And then that holds up the owner, and there's really nothing any of us can do. So thank you.
Member McIntyre.
Through the chair to Katie, is there any recourse? Is there anyone you can appeal to if the CN and others are slow?
Through the chair, if you have any ideas on what we could do about that, we're all ears, but no, not that we know of.
You're just handcuffed. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Thank you. Carry on.
So just, that was just an example about how these timelines really, you know, these are the timelines we try to do. However, we really have zero control over that green box. We do have some control over the mustard colored boxes there for our peer reviews. But again, you know, people get sick, people leave companies, things happen, and sometimes it doesn't work out. And that's why we don't do this process for new files anymore, is because if we were doing this process still for new files, we would have had to refund that application fee because CN hasn't gotten back to us. And if we proceed without CN's comments, then they could appeal that to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and we would be basically liable in that situation because they're an agency under the Planning Act that has a right to comment on that process. So really going through the pre-con now, if this was a new application this year, we would still be in that pre-consultation phase because we would be waiting in that pre-consultation phase for Trent Severn Waterway and for CN to provide their comments. And if their comments aren't positive, they may never make it to an application, because why would you then submit a real application if CN and Trent Severn aren't going to let you develop on this land next to their property, right? So it's just an example of how sometimes these can go. And that was just our most recent zoning bylaw amendment and our most recent official plan amendment that I gave you examples of. So it wasn't like I went back to try and find an anomaly. Those just happen to be the most recent ones. So the formal application process, again, this is for our legacy site plan file. So we have lots of folks still in this process. And again, it's the old process. Lots of these items now would be taken care of through the pre-consultation process. So I won't go through it all, but this is the process a lot of people kind of get stuck into and don't understand why they can't have their building permit yet. It's just this review cycle, right? Okay. So, similar to, I think when Nick was talking, people always want to know, why do I need to hire a consultant, right? So staff can't fill out someone's application form for them. We can't make your drawing. We can't, provide a submission for you. We can tell you what you need to submit, but we can't physically do that work for you. So myself and Andrea, we're registered professional planners. So we have this RPP behind our names. And then our other planners are also working towards having that. And as part of that, we have a code of ethics and we have to remain objective and act in the public interest. So as much as we are trying to help that individual resident, the public interest for us as planners here at the township is the entire township of Severn. We are trying to look out for what's best for every resident in this township and the township corporation as a whole, not one in particular business owner, one particular property owner. So in order to do that, we have standards. We have the building bylaw. We have our provincial plans and policies, as well as our township zoning bylaw, site plan, etc. It's very difficult for a lay person to establish compliance with all of those documents on their own. So it is maybe possible, I saw a chiropractor once who read the PPS and told me about why he thought his proposal met the PPS. He's a pretty smart guy. He probably could have done this without a consultant. He chose not to, but he probably could have. So, how much time and energy did you as a lay person want to put into this, and would you succeed? So the Planning Act and the Township's official plan, because of course ROP has to be in conformance with the Planning Act, we establish requirements for complete applications. So this is an example here. This is Ontario Regulation 545-06. This is the first 12 items in what you need to submit for a complete plan zoning bylaw amendment. So this is right in the Ontario legislation. And the fourth item there is the current official plan designation and an explanation of how your application conforms to the official plans. So if we continue on here in this OREG, this Ontario regulation, there's lots of items here. And then when we get near the bottom, there's only 32 items you have to demonstrate. So we have to take these 32 items and we put that onto our application form. So unlike our building department and how they have a standardized application form, we just have this list. So we have to take this list and make an application form out of it. So number 29 here is an explanation of how the application for an amendment to the zoning bylaw is consistent with policy statements issued under subsection 3(1) of the Act. Number 30 is whether the subject land is in an area of land designated under any provincial plan or plans. So probably, even though we just went over this, no one even knows what that means. But that means, is your property in the growth plan or in the Greenbelt plan, in the Lake Simcoe protection plan? And then number 31, if yes, an explanation of how the application conforms or does not conflict with the provincial plan or plans. So if you were, a pretty smart lay person and you wanted to read all those documents and then try and tell us how your application conforms to them, maybe you don't need to hire a consultant. But I have yet to see that occur. And we as staff, we can't give you that answer because we have to objectively review your application when it comes in. So we can't work both sides of the equation. So that just hopefully is a good example of why someone probably is not submitting their own zoning bylaw amendment application, because this is a great example here. We're all staff here or members of council. Could any of us, with the exception of Andrea and I, submit a complete zoning bylaw amendment application? Probably not. So township staff also frequently require the assistance of outside consultants. So like I said earlier, each of those provincial plans, even our official plan, It sets up, environmental considerations, for example. It sets up servicing considerations. So hydrogeologists, engineers, environmental consultants, we need those expertise in order to tell us if those policies are being adhered to or not. And lastly, the regulations, so the list of 32 I showed you, that was just for a zoning bylaw amendment. So there's different regulations and different lists for each type of application. However, the Committee of Adjustment one is much shorter and much simpler and much easier. So typically speaking, you don't really need a consultant to apply to the Committee of Adjustment. However, if you're creating a new lot that's not in a settlement area, or you're trying to create a new lot, not a settlement area, you probably need a consultant because that's not very black and white. If you're doing a minor variance on the waterfront, you might need a consultant because you might need to demonstrate to us how you're protecting the vegetation and how you're meeting the policies in the growth plan that speak to waterfront properties. So there is some anomalies here, but if you're just an average Joe who wants to build your garage half a foot closer to your lot line, you probably don't need a consultant. So just an example that comes up quite a bit. We do this thing with minor variances now, which is a provisional approval or a conditional approval. So basically you've submitted your application, we've sent out notice to your neighbors, we've had the Committee of Adjustment meeting. At the Committee of Adjustment meeting and in the report that came ahead of the meeting, staff have recommended what's called provisional approval. And we've recommended conditions that would need to be satisfied before you get that building permit, before you have that final minor variance approval. So on the screen here is an example of a decision from Committee of Adjustment, and it says decision provisionally approved, subject to the following conditions. So you have to meet each of those conditions. The first one is that you pay your taxes, so hopefully you're good there. The second one is that the plans you submit with your application, you actually have to build those. You can't change them. Right? If you submitted set A of plans, you can't come in for a building permit with set B. You have to build what you submitted for. And then the third one is very common now for waterfront properties, and that's a development agreement. So it's basically a site plan agreement. It's a slightly different process because of the Planning Act and how it's established. Again, it's conditions within that, right? So you have to make a plan that shows how you're protecting that vegetation on the waterfront. And a good plan would look something like this. So this was just done by someone with a BCIN number. So someone who would normally do drawings and help with building permit submissions. But you can see it's clearly labeled, it's concise. You can see all the trees that are either existing or that they're going to plant. You can see their dwelling. You can see, everything basically that would need to be on a plan, right? All their buildings and structures are labeled. It says proposed 2-story residence. Here's a deck. The dock is there. Everything's clearly there. Or you can get this plan, which is a real plan we got for a development agreement. And this isn't even a bad quality photo. This is how we got it. Someone took a picture of something they drew on and sent it to us. So obviously we can't accept this. Like, we can't have this registered on title. Like, this can't be the drawing that a future landowner is bound to, because it's not descriptive enough. It's not, it just says grass there. There's, trees on the neighbor's property that are outlined here. So this is another reason why you might want a consultant, right? Because this guy clearly tried to do this himself. I know he did it himself. Whereas this person used the guy who's doing his building permit plans anyway. So it's not like he went out and hired a landscape architect, which sometimes we get that, but not very often. This person is just somebody who does building permit drawings. So he's already doing drawings for someone. And obviously, works out better.
Yeah, Katie, I'll jump in there. Back up a couple of slides to the 3D there. The lot grading plan completed by a professional engineer with confirmation on setbacks to be provided by Ontario Land Surveyor. That was my original question back to Nick, that who can okay the lot grading plan? Did you need an engineer? Do you need or can it alone, or can you do a surveyor alone? Or that's where I have a question.
Yeah, so this is a plan for a development agreement. So it could also be your lot grading plan. That could be one and the same. but this is just a plan for a minor variance development agreement. So it's basically a site plan. And we don't say, you know, that you have to be a PEng or you have to be an architect or you have to be anything to do this plan. So, you know, you could do this plan yourself if, again, you know, you were capable. You could hand draw this. We've seen some great hand drawn ones, but it needs to be based off the plans you're going to eventually use for your building permit, right? Because it needs to be able to carry through that process.
Thank you, Member Cox.
Yeah, through the chair. But this lot grading has caused us a lot of concern over the years. And I wouldn't want to think that just anybody can do it, because it comes back to haunt us many times. So I believe, and I don't know how you and Nick feel about it, but I believe that this is very important because, as I said, we have had issues with it. So I would hope that when it is being done, it's signed off and we're going to be okay, because you know they will come back to the township.
Yeah, so through the chair to Member Cox's point, absolutely. So that's part of why the building division is involved in our process, because for this process, for this part, you don't need a lot grading plan. You don't need an engineer. You don't need those things. But when you go to get a building permit for your new dwelling, you do need a lot grading plan. So it likely makes sense that you engage that consultant, you engage that professional before you do your vegetation plan, which is essentially what this is for your development agreement. So, and that's part of what we say to people, you know, if you want to try and do the minor variance, because this is basically what we're talking about right now is minor variances. If you want to do the minor variance yourself, that's fine. But you need to make sure you have all those plans that you need for a complete building permit application at the start of that process. And then you actually have to build what is on these plans. So this plan, you know, shows, I don't know the exact number, but say it shows 20 different types of vegetation there. They're all labeled on a legend I didn't include. You actually have to plant those plants. Right? You actually have to do your drainage in the way that your drainage plan said you were going to do. You have to build to these approved drawings. So that's another reason I think people with consultants who have a consultant the whole process, they end up a little bit better off because they know from step one the expectations of the end, right? Of the end result. So this, I think I just started talking about a little bit. So things to keep in mind after you get that provisional or conditional approval and signing an agreement is that you have to actually build to those things, right? You actually have to do what was set out during the process. So an agreement signed with the municipality is similar to that conditional approval. You're legally agreeing to complete those items. So for example, if the site plan shows fencing, vegetation, pavement, drainage, swales, parking spaces, signage, you actually have to build and install all of those items. You can't just have put it on the plan because, you know, Tim asked for fire route signage. You actually have to put fire route signage there then at the end of the day when you try and get a building permit. So then if someone doesn't want to complete those items or they want to change what was on the plan, then we go back through that process because it's a revision or an alteration to what was approved. So back to how can this go faster? So again, you could hire a consultant and that would probably help you. And keep them retained until you have that final approval. So until you have that building permit in hand, or even until you have that building permit finished. What we see happen a lot of times is that someone will hire a consultant for their rezoning, and then they try and do the site plan process or the development agreement process themselves. And then months down the line, that consulting planner who did their original rezoning is back involved because their client doesn't understand why this has now gone off the rails. So yeah, it does cost a lot of money. Development costs a lot of money. And I think that's just the bottom line. So, you know, having a consultant help you through that process is definitely going to make it go faster and smoother. Also submitting everything together at one time. So I think during the building presentation, Nick had mentioned that as well. You know, we tend to get things piecemealed in. So someone will submit, you know, they'll email us one plan, and then 5 days later, they email us another plan. And then 6 days later, they email us 12 other plans. And you're like, well, which plan would you like to submit? And we already circulated what you already submitted. So now did you want to use this instead? You know, make sure you have that complete package at the beginning of the process. And then make sure that your project manager, your consultant, or yourself, if you're doing it, you've submitted everything that we asked for through the process. So through any meetings, emails, notes, making sure you're submitting a complete application. Again, legible, organized submissions and drawings, and ensuring you're prepared to build and develop what you've outlined on the drawings. So since Nick had stats, we felt like we needed to have stats. So in 2012, we had the lowest number of applications. So we had 55 Planning Act applications. We had no subdivision or condominiums. We had only had 4 site plan agreements, no other agreements. We weren't doing development agreements then. And we had the lowest number of Committee of Adjustment applications at 43. So 2012, so that was however long, 11 years ago, and the year before I started here. So that was a good year for us to use. So then between 2012 and 2021, we had the PPS 2014, which is the provincial policy statement, in case you forgot. So PPS 2014, PPS 2020, growth plan 2012, 2013, 2017, 2018 was the natural heritage mapping and the ag mapping, which I know some of you will remember. That was the 2018 growth plan. We had 2019 growth plan, 2020 growth plan. Then we had Bill 139, Bill 108, and Bill 276. So all of those things changed this process. All of those things changed different policies that we have to review. And then that was all between 2012 and 2021. So in 2021, we had 112 development applications. So that's been our highest number so far. It included 3 new subdivisions, which is the Division Road 1, the Featherton Side Road 1, and Minoki Phase 2. And then we also had a record number of site plan agreement applications, 16. So both those, many of those, as well as the new subdivisions, they're all still in that legacy or old review process. We also had the highest number of Committee of Adjustment applications at 66. And some of those we're actually still dealing with as part of development agreements as well. And then since 2021, we've had Bill 109, Bill 23, Bill 97, the consultation on the new PPS, and the Housing Affordability Task Force.
Member Minnings.
Thank you for the data. I love seeing that. Question for you. You said in 2012 you weren't doing development agreements. Why? And why are you doing them now? Is something what's changed?
Yeah. So in 2017, a new growth plan came out, which contained some natural heritage policies, which had never been in previous growth plans. They didn't really mean a lot then because we didn't have the associated natural heritage mapping. So in 2018, that natural heritage mapping came out, which gave some teeth to all these natural heritage policies. And those policies basically established that if you're developing next to a key hydrological feature, which is basically a watercourse, a stream, a lake, a river, wetland, you had to do a lot of things to ensure the protection of that environmental area immediately adjacent to that water body. So that was easy enough for us to do with site plan control because we could limit where people are developing, where they're disturbing the soil, where they're cutting down vegetation. We didn't know how to do that other than putting everyone through site plan control. So one of our lawyers and then other municipalities at the same time started doing what's called a development agreement. And basically it's a condition of a minor variance that says, you know, you can only develop here. You have to plant these number of trees. You have to restore the shoreline, or you have to keep the trees if it's already a treed site. So we started in 2018 doing these development agreements, essentially as a direct result of the natural heritage mapping and the natural heritage policies and the growth plan, because there was no other way for the township to implement those policies that we could figure out at the time. So that was definitely a change. And I know members of council who were on then will remember the growing pains with the natural heritage system mapping and the policies and the changes we had to put in place after that.
Thank you. Carry on.
Almost done. So these are frequently asked questions. So we start off pretty basic here. Our first one, what is the zoning of my property or of this property? Something we hear quite a bit. So these are live links in here. So this, if I clicked on zoning map there in our green color, it would launch the township's interactive GIS zoning map where you can see the zoning on the property. From there, you can click on the zoning bylaw and look up specific things to your property. But basically on the zoning map, you can search by address. And we've had that this newer version now for a couple years, and we had an older County of Simcoe version before that. The next question we get a lot is, does the township have a survey or a site plan of my property? So surveys, if they're registered, which means that an Ontario land surveyor not only surveyed the property, but then they filed that at the Ontario Land Registry Office, those are all available online. So you pay a nominal fee. I think it's like $6 or something. Like it is pretty nominal. And those are all there. So plans of subdivision, if someone got a severance or a consent, that would have to be a registered plan of subdivision. Those are all available through that Ontario process. If there is a recent building permit or recent Planning Act application process for the property, then the township might have a site plan or a survey, depending on what the application was for. And then that information could be requested potentially through our clerk's department. But if a survey wasn't registered, an old plan of subdivision, an old severance, something like that, and there's no recent applications, then basically someone has to hire a surveyor to go out and do that. So when a lay individual hires a surveyor, the township's not necessarily included in that process. It's just a contractual obligation between that surveyor and that property owner. So lots of times we have people coming in that just bought a property and they want a survey. Well, why would we have a copy of that? We're not the survey. We're not the local survey office. So they could call local survey offices and try and, buy one basically, but otherwise we don't have that information. The other thing we get a lot is, what is my neighbor doing? There's someone walking around on their property in a safety vest, right? So, that could be any number of things. It could be a surveyor, an ecologist, could be a well driller. It could be a hydrogeologist, an engineer. There are a lot of different legislations that allow these type of professionals to essentially trespass. And again, the township doesn't know who those people are or what they're doing. So if they have a building permit, it should be posted on the property. If they have a Planning Act application that's subject to a public process, it would be posted on the property. And lots of background work is required before an application is submitted. So we don't know when that background information is happening. So we don't, there's nothing really we can tell residents. I always just try and tell people that they could just go and ask that person what they're doing, especially if it's their own property the person's on. But apparently that's not a favorable response. So the other thing we get is, what's the township's vision for my property? So again, back to where I can't play both sides of an equation. We can't answer that question. So you could go look at the official plan and, see what the designation is for your property, see what density, if it's residential, all those kind of things. And then right with that, can the township tell me what they would support in terms of development of the property? No, because you didn't make a submission. So I can't tell you if we're going to support it or not. You have to do all that background so that I can then look at that background information, look at those studies and reports, and see if it meets that provincial, township, and county policies. So unfortunately, no, I can't answer that. Just like I can't tell you if I think your application is going to be approved. I don't know. I didn't review it yet. And then why do you need Planning Act approval? Because the Planning Act basically tells you need it. So again, because the province establishes all this criteria, all these policies that have to be followed. And why do I need to provide so much information up front? That information is all required for us to make a decision, for us to make sure the health and safety is being followed, township interests are being protected, provincial interests are being protected, etc. So I think we kind of talked about it before. Why can't the township help me complete the application form and help with the plans? We have to objectively evaluate these things. So we can't help you submit the application. We can't help you on that end. Township's role is to act in the best interest of the entire township, the general public, the public interest. We can't advocate for one development. We can't, try and help one person over the interest of the township. Again, why do I hire a consultant and the township also hires consultants? I think I spoke to this earlier. We don't have in-house expertise. That keeps taxes low. You know, council could decide we wanted an engineer on staff and we wanted an ecologist on staff. Probably would speed up development applications, but then the general tax base is going to pay to have all those professionals on staff. And generally speaking, in planning and in the development world, development should pay for development. So why does the township peer review my submissions? Again, you know, we needed to, as a township, have someone looking out for our best interest in their own area of expertise. And we just don't have those expertise. So we need someone to review them. I'm sure everyone's heard the joke, you know, if you want a legal opinion, you hire a lawyer, you want 12 opinions, hire 12 lawyers. Everyone, even if they're qualified professionals, we need someone retained by us, right? We need someone looking out for our interests. And that's why we need to peer review those documents. And then why does it take so long? Because we got to review all that stuff you submitted. We have to wait for those outside agencies. And we also have, you know, day-to-day jobs that we do where we talk to residents about if they can build a shed on their property. We review building permits. We write reports to council. And we also answer a lot of questions about why their file is taking so long instead of actually working on the file. So that's something else I like to put out there. And that's it.
Member Cox.
Through the chair to Katie and Andrea, I read an article. I know I keep reading articles, sorry. But anyway, what they did was, you know, when you put a notice on property, like when a subdivider is going, they put the big notice up. They're using QR codes. So they put it up and the QR code's on there. You go with you, if someone's walking by, they click on it, it takes them to the municipality's website, gives them a list of developments, what's going on, and that might help alleviate some things. But Midland is, I think, starting to do that. But I just thought it might be something that would alleviate a lot of those calls, like, why is that sign up? What is it doing? What are we doing? And I thought, what a simple idea to help uncomplicate, you know, just stick the little QR code on and away you go.
Member Burkett.
Sorry. Oh, she has Andrea's gonna.
Sorry, Andrea.
Thank you, Chair Taylor. Just in response to Member Cox's comments, we can follow up with Tracy on that and see if that's something that might work for Severn.
And now I'll hand it over to Member Burkett.
Thank you, through the chair. Well, I don't know what everyone up here thinks, but I'm sort of speechless. Like, you look at the work that went into this to do this and I know all our department heads, I'm not going to exclusively say Andrea and her team, whether it's Director of Public Works, all our department, when you look at the amount of work, and I know planning has been a struggle for all of us. And I hope that this has shed some light as to what's got, like, I still have to come in here. And I'm just saying to council, anyone that approaches you and says something to you that staff is holding us up, when I come in and ask, and it doesn't matter who I ask, if it's Emily or Brad, I always find there's another side to this story. And if you look at the amount of work, and thank you very much to you all for doing this, it's amazing. Like, there's things in here that I didn't know, and I think you've covered everything. Like, it's very well done. And I know that it's on our website, and I can't imagine the amount of time that they've taken to do this. And you as well, Nick. Like, this is planning and building working together to get those building permits out the door. And it's difficult. And I know that there may be questions, but what I'm saying is that if you come in, their door is always open for us to ask. And they may, there may be an applicant that it is in their favor, but there'll be a rationale behind it. But this is a really, really well done. So thank you very much.
Member Cox.
Well, I think you and Member Minnings are going to pass the next planning course with honors, because this is absolutely wonderful. And you know what, Katie, when you were doing this and Nick was, all I kept thinking about, and I wrote it down here, maybe some of the provincial staff and MPPs and MPs should maybe take this little course and see what all this is, because they go on about get those houses built, and this is what we have to do. And you know, they can make all their Bill 109, Bill 2700, all they want, and all they're doing is clogging up the process. And it all comes from the province down. And I just clearly want our residents to know that this is not something like we just sit around and make up so we can make everybody's life difficult. We really want to help everyone. And when you have to treat people fairly and equally, and you all know, I highly appreciate everything you do. And I just want to thank you.
Yeah, I have just a question back to your slides there. Why did this township have a peer review on professionals? And has it ever happened that our peer review caught something that the professionals went through? Is that an everyday occurrence? That's my first question.
Through to the chair's question, yeah, absolutely. People always say, you know, how long is this going to take, back to one of the points. And I say, well, it depends on the quality of your submission. Because typically what happens, which I tried to illustrate in the complex flow chart there, is that people will make a submission and, you know, it's not as bad as the drawings that Nick and I showed typically because there are consultants involved, but they just conveniently leave things out, or they conveniently, you know, propose a lower roads standard for a subdivision than what's in our engineering standards. And they're like, oh, is that what your engineering standards say? So every time, I mean, I've never worked on a development application that the first submission is the acceptable submission. There, you know, that's not how this process generally works, because of course the consultants employed by the developer, and no offense to the developer if they're watching or listening, they're trying to do this in the most economic way possible. Right. And we're trying to make them build the best quality product, especially if it's our road or our storm sewer or our stormwater management pond that we're going to take over. We want that to be the highest quality. So absolutely. I mean, it's not unusual for there to be 3, 4, 5 submissions before our peer review and the consultant's engineer can agree that this meets all the applicable policies.
And my second question was, if you or planning or building had a magic wand, how can you improve the system?
Do you remember too? It's a question. You know, there's so much discussion at the provincial level about cutting red tape. I think you have to be really careful with that, because that red tape is there to protect citizens. It's there to protect our liability, our interests, our eventual municipal asset. So, I mean, you know, it's so easy to say, like, we'll just go away and, you know, we'll do away with that part. Well, what part are you going to do away with? Are we not going to look at environmental considerations anymore? Are we not going to look at civil engineering? Are we not going to look at hydro-G, which, by the way, you know, hydrogeology, that's a big thing on our rural developments. You know, if we don't study those wells of the neighbors and look at the water table, well, the existing population is probably going to have no water. So, you know, when people say cut red tape, I always say, which one would you like to cut? You know, easily, if you'd like, we can not circulate to the hydro-G, but then the neighbors might have no water. So, you know, which one should we eliminate?
I think it was what I was getting at. Member meetings asked about, what about, are there some bylaws that we can improve upon or edit, update that would make it better from our side? That's one of the things I was getting at. And Member Brennan.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, in my past life in reviewing environmental assessment proposals, I got to reaffirm what you're saying. You can have 2 consultants come up with amazingly different perspectives on something. Just here in our own area in the last year or so, you may recall the controversy in the papers about the Inch Farm. We had one guy saying it's not a wetland. We had another person saying it is a wetland. Now, the bottom line is there is a way of telling whether it's a wetland or not, but that's interesting. That's a major development. And they couldn't even agree on whether that was a wetland. And by the way, it is. So.
Okay, well, thank you both you for the presentations today. And if I can ask Allison for a motion, and perhaps it's time for a break.
Might I suggest, just before we go to the motion, that we, I know that the report on the DWQMS piece was pulled, and just so that Mr. Druin can get out. If we could jump to that report after this, and then we can take lunch.
Yep, I agree 100%.
Okay, so then the motion for this is that the presentation by the chief building official and senior planner regarding the building and planning processes be received for information.
We have a mover on that. Member McIntyre, second by Member Cox. All in favor? Carried. And thanks again for your presentation. Thanks. So Allison, which one are we going to go to here?
So it'll be D 1.3 that was pulled off the consent list.
Thank you. So welcome Derek and Tony, and I think this is part of your management review. So Member Minnings had questions there.
Yes, thank you through the chair. And thank you. I did enjoy reading that report. I do have a few questions with the scheduled maintenance work orders and the reactive maintenance work orders. So page 32 and 33 respectively. It appears that there are significant increases from last year in work orders. So for example, more in the first 6 months of this calendar year than in all of 2022. So is that a red flag? I'm just wondering about that, and if there's any recommendations that you need to provide to council on that.
Certainly, thank you. And yeah, to the right here, I got my right-hand person for this particular service area. But as a start, no, it's not a particular red flag. The work order management system really is a tool to look at trending, record work, provide data for audit purposes and things like that. So the response there for that particular quarter and that particular area, we believe is due to valve turning. So we did a little investigation into the work order management system there, and that's valve turning and hydrant maintenance. That particular time frame, the volume of those assets, increasing, and the work that we did just was very localized to a particular time period, which is why you see the blip. But no, I wouldn't say that that's any particular indication of risk, deterioration of assets, deterioration of water quality, or any of the sort.
Thank you for that reassurance. And my next question is around a study you referred to. What is the master servicing study that's underway?
Thank you through the chair. Yeah, so this is a project in the capital list for 2023, directly stemming from the official plan. So last year, actually almost 2 years ago, we kicked off an official plan review. And one of the key considerations for public works in managing growth was to look at all of our systems for sanitary capacities, water capacity, and stormwater drainage in our settlement boundaries. And the recommendation was clear that we should undertake a township-wide servicing master plan. And we did that in the earlier part of this year. We retained a company called Civica. And that group is doing all the background work right now to gather data, transfer maps, look at our growth targets, our official plans, the provincial policy statements we heard today for estimation of growth pattern, and then look to see how does our infrastructure support that. So what will come out of that is a few public engagement sessions throughout the wintertime here and back into the spring for next year, and the delivery of a couple of reports. And it'll come up with some key recommendations. Where would plants, effectively be expanded? Where maybe they should not be expanded?
Okay, thank you. My last question is around the risk assessment chart you provided on page 43 regarding the pH adjustment. Emergency and contingency plan states system is currently not in service. So again, just an explanation on that. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Minnings, that refers to a soda ash system that we have in place in the West Shore Water Treatment Plant. It was engineered and designed originally in the plant, but the quality of the source water that we have and the pH that we bring in, and after treatment with alum, we consistently are in the 7.2 range, so we don't add soda ash. Soda ash is basically a pH buffer to adjust. So in the event that we did use it, it has a pH of 11, we would raise our pH in our treated water, which we do not want to do. So by law, we can not use it at all.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate all those responses.
Okay, any other comments on 1.3? If not, if we have a motion there, Madam Clerk.
Certainly. So the motion reads that Public Works Report number W23-044 dated October 25th, 2023 with respect to the DWQMS management review be received as information.
We have a mover for that, please. Moved by Member Minnings, second by Member Burkett. All in favor? Carried. What do we recommend for a break here, Madam Clerk?
Half hour?
Okay.
Half hour, quarter to, or 1 o'clock?
How about we'll come back at 1 p.m., 1 o'clock. Okay. Thank you. Okay, good. So I think
Pedestrian crossover.
we'll
They're all his.
we'll go to F 2.1 then, I hope. And is there any, does the staff or do we need an explanation by Mr. Burke, or is the committee satisfied with the recommendation? Member Cox.
Remember to get some notes too. I talked to him.
Who? Okay, we have a motion then, Allison, if that's in order.
Just a quick question that the CEO may know. This will be done in the spring, right? Okay, thank you.
Here's Mr. Burke. We're just on to F 2.1, and we're going to put that one through. So,
okay, so the motion reads that Public Works Report number W23-045 dated October 25th, 2023, with respect to the Coldwater Road pedestrian crossover improvements be received, and further that the proposal by TM3 in the amount of $36,352.75, excluding HST, be accepted, and further that the additional $17,000 required to complete the work be approved, and further that the deficiency be funded from the capital reserve.
Okay, thank you. We have a mover for that. Moved by member Minning, second by member McIntyre. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, next we'll go to F 2.2. Back to Mr. Burke, condominium water service operations. Mr. Burke.
Thank you, through the chair. So this report updates committee on the condominium water service operations that we discussed last August, where we were seeking to transfer the operations from a Section 5 agreement with the two condominium boards to a privately operated service, which is fairly common throughout the province. We did provide notification to both boards and follow-up letters and conversations with both boards, and it appears that transferring the responsibilities has become a little bit more challenging than we anticipated. So we're seeking some additional time, and also to continue to discontinue the agreements at the end of the term. So the end of the term would now be January 1, 2025, would give us a whole another fiscal year to assist with the transfer of these operations, allow the condominium boards to find a third-party service provider, and at the same time, in the agreements, we're going to ensure that the deposits are drawn on more effectively from municipal operations staff, so that we're mirroring the true cost of operating these two condominium boards.
Derek, I have a question through that. So in Riverwalk Estates, so tell me, they're on town water or municipal water. So how, I don't understand what are they checking? What are they maintaining? But it's our water, right?
Yeah, through the board or through the chair. Certainly so the way a condominium board works is it's all privately held land with a common element. And so all of the infrastructure from that demarcation point at Riverwalk at Shaw Street is privately owned, including the water system. So it's actually no different than if you had a vertical condominium and you had vertical large diameter water mains inside of that building that served individual units held in private ownership, but there was a common element to that building, is kind of how this system works. This just happens to be a horizontal condominium style, but that's the development of choice that was chosen by the developer and how that area was developed. And so all of that infrastructure is not owned by the municipality, therefore is not operated by the municipality. But because they have a drinking water license, what they call a non-municipal small drinking water license, they have to, by the ministry regulations, have an operator in charge of that water system, doing testing and residual checks, those sorts of things that you would do with a distribution system. Lots of condominiums operate this way, and small trailer parks. So you'll have a small trailer park or a recreation type area that's privately owned, would be serviced by some form of municipal water, perhaps, or most likely. But once it enters that private property, it no longer becomes a municipal responsibility, becomes a board level responsibility.
So then a follow-up, does each unit have a water meter, or does the water meter go to the whole area and it's divided up?
Yeah, through the chair, no different than a vertical condominium. Each unit has its own water meter so that they're able to pay their user fee proportionate to their use. But all of the water infrastructure and operations turn to private right at the property line of the condominium common element.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, we have a motion, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The motion reads that Public Works Report number W23-043 dated October 25th, 2023, with respect to the condominium water service operations be received, and that the proposed agreement renewal be sent to Simcoe Vacant Land Corporation number 391 West Shore Beach Club for consideration and approval. And further, that the proposed agreement renewal be sent to Simcoe Common Elements Corporation number 349 Riverwalk Estates for consideration and approval.
Okay, thank you. Second by Member Brent. All in favor? That one's carried. Moving along to F2.3 traffic calming policy. Back to Mr. Burke.
Yes, through the chair. So this is a direct result of some of the recommendations from the Transportation Master Plan that we've discussed over the past year or so. And we found that this was one of the policy recommendations that, held a little bit of, not urgency, but definitely a strong desire to explore right away. So we started drafting this, and what it does is it sets a framework up for a couple of things. The first is to allow residents and the public to request. So there really hasn't been a process to request traffic calming measures or devices, that sort of thing. And so we looked around, and it was fairly common to have a format for those requests. So this provides a format for those requests. It also provides some level of threshold for when a traffic calming device might be appropriate. And what I mean by that is, traffic calming devices or traffic calming in general might not be the most appropriate in our rural road network with generally higher operating speeds. Definitely higher posted speed limits and very low volume of traffic. So the intent there is to try to discourage the use of traffic calming requests and traffic calming in areas that are not so appropriate, but then look to encourage that same approach, in our downtown cores, in our residential areas that might see a bit of bypass or through traffic, things where we can effectively use tactics to control the operating speeds and get best bang for your buck, if you will, in terms of where to invest in. So that's the idea behind the policy. It mirrors a lot of other municipal policies throughout the county of Simcoe, more specifically, and it does direct staff to always engage with the Transportation Association of Canada. So that's a technical board, their guideline in implementing traffic control or traffic calming devices. And then so that'll ensure that we don't pick an inappropriate device for a particular roadway function or speed, operating speed, that sort of thing.
Thank you for that. Any comments from the committee? Any questions? Member Cox.
Yeah, sorry, through the chair to Derek. Derek, I note that we don't ask for the petition until after you do all your work. I noted in a lot of them, they ask for that up front, and I only question that because that's a lot of work for you to do, and then two people go, yeah, we like it, and 49% say we don't like it. So I didn't know, a lot of them I read said that a formal request with a petition, including 51% or more of those living on the street, must be received before supporting the traffic calming measures. Then after you have the successful petition, then it must meet the criteria which you have all written down. So I didn't know if I felt that maybe that would have been a less onerous amount of work on our already overworked area, that it would have to come in with that, because otherwise I have a fear that you're going to get two people here, one there, you're going to do all the work, and then the rest of the people are going to go, no, we don't want that.
Thank you through the chair, and certainly appreciate trying to prevent unnecessary work. I think the setup that we have proposed in the policy will remove some what we call like sort of unwarranted or straight, like at a desktop level unwarranted. And that's where in the process section there, 3.4, you'll see that right away we do an initial screening, and that's a desktop exercise that can be undertaken very quickly without data. What it's looking for is some of the mainline parameters. So is it in a primary residential area? It's a check yes or no. It's fairly easy to figure that one out. The other ones are speed limits. Is the posted speed 50 kilometers or less? If we're in an area where we've designated it's a collector, an arterial roadway, has a posted speed limit of, let's say, 70, or even an unposted of 80, and it's in a rural section, it immediately does not qualify for this. So we basically stop the efforts right there and then. So that's where we'll put.
So we would utilize the black box for that to get the 85th percentile. Is that like the desktop part of it too? Like I just you know where I was going with that. I just don't want you people tied up at a desk and then it's to go. And then, you know what I mean? And we know that could happen easily.
So through the chair, yeah, you'll see that the next process is once it does meet the screening, or what I call desktop level, that's when we do data collection. And you're right, those are more onerous. So we won't be going to the data collection side of things if it doesn't meet the initial screening. So that will prevent those, unnecessary deployments of the black cat and stuff like that.
Right, that was just it. And another one I wanted to ask about was I noted that a lot of them put in pictures of some of the traffic calming as an appendix. And I didn't know if that might be, the good old picture worth 1,000 words.
So through the chair, when we review neighboring municipalities' processes and that sort of thing to get an idea what's going on, we don't find that some of the pictures and more of a description of traffic calming devices doesn't really fit in the niche of a policy. So we really try to focus this writing of this policy as its policy. It sets thresholds and parameters and process, but it doesn't explain per se what traffic calming is. We're going to do that as a comms type, or communications type process, where we can have on the back of the sheet for the petition some ideas of what traffic calming looks like. There's lots of different forms. There are speed humps, there's traffic delineators, there's actually a fairly wide toolbox, and that's where we're going to start communicating what things look like, what residents can expect to see in the near future, that sort of thing.
And just supplemental through the chair. So would it be all right if I would like to ask that in a year you bring back what's gone on, just to report on the policy so we can see how it works, or if there's any changes you think may be necessary. I think that would be a good idea just to do that, because it's a whole new thing for us, and we may find it works fine, or if it doesn't, but I just think that it'd be good to update us to see where we're at with it after a year, if that's okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? If not, a comment by Member Minnings.
Thank you through the chair. I'm really happy to see the policy come through, and I appreciate that you've completed this for us. It's a real priority, as you know. So I do have some questions. The first one in section 3.2A states that there will be a resulting reduction in volume. Can you just talk to me about how creating a traffic calming policy and some of the things that could be put in place will reduce volume and not redirect volume to create a similar thing on another street?
Yeah, of course. Through the chair, these primary principles are sort of a typical goal set for traffic calming at large. That's why they're embedded in the policy. And the reduction of volume or the redirection of volume is part of a goal set in the event we have through traffic that's not supposed to use a particular road function. So I could give a baseline example of if you had aggregate truck traffic, let's say, come down a primary residential area with a posted speed limit less than 50, because it's an easier route, let's say, like, it's a throughway. Traffic calming, including chicanes that create, a more difficult operation for these larger commercial vehicles, will effectively discourage the use of that throughway, which will lower the volume of traffic in general, and it will also look to calm the traffic in terms of operating speed as a two-facet goal. So not every event and not every request is going to have that particular parameter, but that's why we put it as an overall goal for this policy, is to look at both the reduction in operating speeds, excess operating speeds, but also volume in certain circumstances.
Okay, sorry. I have a few questions if that's okay. So in 3.4, it stated staff will conduct an initial screening desktop exercise to determine if the requested roadway meets requirements. I read the policy and I may have missed it, but I understand that the two requirements I saw was less than 50 posted speed limit and a 2-lane road.
Yeah, sorry, through the chair. So there's, in the guidelines, section 3.3 is kind of where you see most of the policy type statements that result in whether if a road or candidate is selected to move past the desktop. And so what we're looking for is the 50 kilometers or less as a posted speed limit, the primary residential or downtown core type areas. So we're not looking at the rural residential. We're not looking at collector or arterial roadways. And we're also looking at areas that could be improved by signage from a redirect position. Like, so for instance, the MTO corridor at 12, there might be a bypass or a throughway road on Coldwater Road up through River Street and up to Upper Big Chute Road. But the primary route, which would be preferred, is Sturgeon Bay Road. So, what we're looking for is those are all of the policy checks that we're doing at a desktop level first. Once it hits the desktop level screening passed, then we go to data collection to make sure that we can support, is this actually a problem? When we do statistics on operating speeds, sometimes the operating speed we record is not in excess of what the tolerance limits are. So if it's posted 50 and we're getting, a 55 or maybe 60 kilometer hour average, it's really not a great candidate for traffic calming because the traffic doesn't need to be calmed. Our data shows that it doesn't need to be calmed. But that'll be the second stage, if you will, once it goes past the desktop level. And then, of course, the final is public engagement. Traffic might be operating at quite a high speed. There might be demonstrated reasons to perform traffic calming. But when you ask the public, do you want traffic calming? Do you want speed humps on this road? The response might be an overwhelming no. And now, did we really provide the right service, in calming that traffic?
Thank you. So when you look at the statistic on page 8 of 10 of the response rate of 25%, you still will end up with a potential majority who don't want the traffic calming solution, irregardless. Okay. And then I'm just concerned about the overall steps. I know I have sympathy for your department and the amount of work that's going in. And I know at an earlier meeting was presented to council about perhaps increased resources needed. This appears to me from reading it very labor intensive, and it would require staff resources to do all of these things. I actually thought traffic calming was a much simpler, straightforward process. So I'm wondering if we're really helping ourselves by adopting this. And again, I know other townships have very similar ones, and I'm just wondering how much is within our control to keep it simple and to just do what's necessary, and perhaps then blow out a full version after maybe piloting something more minimal for a year. But I am very concerned that in my street, which I know, and any kind of traffic calming I might think about that was an option, that this is going to suck up a lot of time. And I honestly would be surprised if anything happened within 3 months, maybe even 6 months, etc. So is this the best solution, even though this is what's widely out there in other municipalities?
So through the chair, I think just to pull back to what the policy, is developed and designed to do, it is actually a bit of a resource saver. We do see a lot of requests for traffic calming that really wouldn't meet the desktop screening level. And so, that at a policy level actually saves staff resources. And then we just inherently know that it's a priority of a number of road authorities, a number of councils, including this one. It may not be in a current strategic plan, but it was in the previous one about higher operating speeds on township roadways being a concern. So I think it's a time saver, and then where the time is spent is best spent on the roads that we know are good candidates for traffic calming. So I don't know if this is an abundant depletion of resources or overuse of resources, a complicated process. I think it actually saves frivolous requests, that sort of thing.
Thank you. One final question. In the definitions, throughout the document, you referred to agency. So consultations with agency, et cetera. But agency is not defined there, and I don't know what you mean by that.
Through the chair, it's agencies in this policy would mean like provincial police. So we would engage with the police, fire emergency services, even though it's a Severn Township department. It's often considered an agency because of their emergency service provide, or what they provide as a service. And then also MTO. So we wouldn't want to create a situation where a neighboring road authority is negatively impacted without consultation. So that's kind of what we mean by anything, outside of our normal department in terms of conversation.
Okay, is that it? Okay. Any other comments from the committee? If not, I'll ask Allison for a motion.
Thank you. The motion reads the Public Works Report number W23-047 dated October 25th, 2023, with respect to traffic calming policy be received, and further that the draft policy be adopted, included in the corporate policy manual. And I do note that staff have direction to report back after 1 year about its effectiveness and any recommended improvements.
Okay, we have a mover for that. Member McIntyre.
Is it 23047 or is it 23042?
It's 047 in the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll ask for a mover for that one. Moved by member Brennan, second by member Cox. All in favor? Carried. Then we'll go to 3.1, and we'll ask our communications officer, Tracy Roxburgh, for a signage strategy and implementation plan update. Welcome.
Hello, Member Taylor and Chair Taylor and members. Very nice to see you. Thank you. So for the report in front of you today, so the purpose of the report is to summarize the results of the year one of the signage plan implementation strategy, as well to identify the 2024 signage priorities, and then as well to identify the budget that's required to implement the second year of the signage plan. So I hope that you had the opportunity to look at the plan, but just like to open it up for any questions and comments regarding the report.
Okay, I'll open up for the committee if Member Brennan.
Yes, thank you. So, Chair, to Tracy, first of all, thank you for your work on the signage this year. I really think it's really done well, served Severn Township well. So kudos to you. Excellent. You and I had a conversation earlier on about replacing a sign on the Wayman area, Marchmount area. And I see in your year two in your report, under community welcome signs, there is a mention of a sign. Is that the same sign? Or because you had suggested to me that I would have to revisit it at the budget process.
So through the chair to Member Brennan. So yes, that is the same sign. So those 4 welcome signs, there was one that was requested on Wayman. There was one that was requested for Severn Falls. For some reason, I'm blanking on the other one. I'm not sure why. Festerton, pardon me. And Washego. Yes,
Great.
correct. Thank you.
Thank you very
those
much.
were included within that. And of course, this is proposed, but at this point, you know, this value still has to be reviewed by council for budget and then approved as part of the implementation for 2024.
Yeah, no, I actually, we have at least one individual that's requested it. I have to say, I do miss the old sign there by the cemetery. It would be nice, but anyway, we'll revisit that later. Thank you.
Any other questions? So, Tracy, the one for the Washego Community Center, like we already have a electronic sign there, correct? And what is this for?
Chair Taylor, to your question. So actually at this time, to my understanding, that LED sign is not currently operational. There's been some damage to that sign. And that was as well, I think there was the intention to replace that in addition, as it was getting older. But just due to the fact that the one at the Coldwater Community Center has been so well received, and we feel that's a great way that in order for us to communicate with our communities, that Washego having a community center that services the residents in that area also, it wasn't included within the original plan, but you know, it is proposed that the Washego Community Center is a community hub and therefore is an appropriate location for another LED sign.
Thanks for that. I would support that. And Member Cox.
Yeah, through the chair. So at the Washego Community Center, you have 3 signs. So we need one there because of 911, right?
So yes, your question, Member Cox, there is a sign on just due to the physical location of the community center. And of course it's up to council, but there is that secondary entrance where you come down Muskoka through the back end. And then the LED sign would be on the corner in front of the Kim's Kitchen and kind of the seasonal produce area. And then as well, there is a sign on the front of the building right directly when you walk in across from the outdoor rink. So, you know, it's not necessary that there's but it does identify the facility from 3 different angles, which, you know, one is very far out in front, being the LED sign that would be located at the corner, but the other ones are on the building itself.
Okay, so further to that, the LED sign is that part of the 3 signs for Washego for next year?
Yes, that's correct.
And how much is that LED sign?
It's the same cost as the one that was put at the Coldwater Community Center. Okay. Again, being proposed, so 27.5.
Okay. And the other one I would question on is gable channel lettering on the township administration.
So yes, this is, so Member Cox, to your question, this is something that was discussed internally, and before proceeding, we wanted to have, you know, either comments or questions from council. So this is actually lettering that would go over the door of where the entryway is. So it would say Township of Severn with lights behind it, just to identify that as the main entrance to the office. Because at this time, sometimes people don't know which one is which, if it's to the side or over there. And also you may have, you know, if you've been in Coldwater recently, there was a large sign on top of the Coldwater Arena building that had the old brand on it that said Coldwater and District Community Center. Mm-hmm. So this channel lettering is proposed to replace that. And what it would do is create that visual Township of Severn on the building, because yes, although the LED screen is there, as we know from the position and location of the building, it's difficult to see when you're actually further away. And there's no specific sign on that upper part identifying it as a Township of Severn facility, but again, up for discussion and review by council and committee.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Member McIntyre and then Member Burkett.
Thank you through the chair to Tracy. That Washego digital LED light, is it possible to have the one that is there now turned or moved forward somehow? Because it's flat, and if you're going along the road, unless you're looking to the left or the right, you don't see it. So I just wondered if it's the way it is now, could it be turned to position it so you get it from both directions? Is that a possibility, do you think?
And how much you want to pay?
So through Chair Taylor to Member McIntyre, yes, of course, I'll make some notes on on that specific area, just to ensure that, during that siting process, if you'd like to, attend and just kind of go over that, then that's something that I can definitely arrange. Thank you.
Okay, Member Burkett.
Thank you through the chair to Tracy, and thank you for the signs. They're well done. What happened to the Washego sign? Did it just wear out, or did somebody vandalize it?
Through the chair, if I can. Our contractor performing the concrete works upgrade for the walkway entrance at the Washego Community Center impacted the communications line to it. So it's under repair. It's going to be repaired, but nonetheless, it still is a dated asset that looks to be replaced.
Supplementary, if I may, that sign's not that old. 6 years old, maybe. Is it? Sorry, what year?
No, it was purchased as a used asset.
Oh, I thought it was new. Oh, I guess they're not paying for it, seeing how they screwed it up. They're all right. Thank you.
Okay, Member Cox and then Member McIntyre.
Okay, through the chair to Tracy. Tracy, I've had comments, and everyone loves our banners. Like, I've had wonderful comments, but they've also said if we have to replace the banners, it'll be extra cost because we've got the names of the villages or hamlets or whatever they are underneath them. And they said, really, it's the township of Severn. Do we really need all those little things under it? Because you kind of know you're in Coldwater and you kind of know where you are. So if we were going to get spares, would we really need to have all the separate names under them? I'm not saying we have to do it. I'm just saying it's something to think about. That, and I had thought of that too at the beginning, like no offense. And it's just that for replacing them, we have to just go back and get so many March Mount or so many this or so many that. Whereas if it's just Township of Severn, which is exactly what we are, that's what it would be. Just a thought process. Thank you. And these are people who actually live in the places.
Member McIntyre has your sign up.
Yeah, I like that it says Washego. I like that it says Coldwater. However, that's a question for another time. I have a question, Tracy, regarding the coming in along Highway 169. When you and I had a visit at my ward, we pointed out that there was an old Washego sign, "Welcome to Washego." Do you recall that? And to that end, we determined that it was probably not in our township. Well, no, that's an old sign. Yes or no, Tracy, an old sign? And I don't see a sign there now, "Welcome to Washego," whether you're at Rama Road or where you are coming in, but I don't see another sign there. Is there one in the offing, or is that in the plans?
So to your question, Member McIntyre, so yeah, we arranged to have any of the signs that had the previous branding that weren't replaced removed. And then also, yes, I do recall your request, and that is included within the proposed 2024 budget to replace that sign in that location. As you had noted, it's a main thoroughway when people are coming from the city, and identifies that they've landed in Washego and then in the Township of Severn. So yes, I think this would be a conversation that we need to have with Remera and make sure that the permissions are there, because I'm not sure if they were initially. So I think, this time we'd make sure that we reached out. And of course, if that wasn't a possibility, we'd find an alternate location. But yes, that it is difficult in that area just due to the exposed rock and everything as well. So.
Okay, Madam CEO, and then Member Burkett.
Thank you. I just wanted to go through the chair. I just wanted to go back to something the Deputy Mayor said about the banners, because that's a huge change for council. So we need to know if that's the will of all of council.
I was just telling you that it was a comment I got. I didn't say I wanted to do it. I just said it was a comment.
You all wanted your areas identified. So I just want to make sure that you haven't changed your mind on that too. Okay, you're just providing feedback, not direction. Okay, just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, I'm one I like it the way it is. I like to, don't forget our little communities within a community and blah, blah, blah. Member Burkett.
Thank you through the chair. So to Tracy, I don't think we need to talk to Remera. That's the County of Simple's location. I think it's right on the site. So there won't be a problem if you have a problem locating it. Well, we have to wait for budget, correct? Yeah, there won't be a problem. If you have a problem, just let me know.
Annexation coming up. Tracy, did you want any comments to the mayor's statement? You're okay.
Just thank you, Member Burkett. I appreciate your support, and we'll make sure that we'll, if needed, I will be in touch. But we've definitely throughout this process been in touch with the county as well. They've been really supportive work, especially Severn Falls, Festerton. They're aware of what's happening on the road, so we've worked hard to make sure that they're on board and it's happening.
To take a picture of that supplementary, if I may through the chair, we took a picture of the old sign before we took it down to say there was a sign there.
Yes, Member Burkett, there is historical evidence. Yes, I have some.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments for Tracy? If not, I'll ask the clerk for a motion.
Thank you. Motion reads that Administration Report number A23-040 signage strategy and implementation plan be received, and that staff proceed with the implementation of year 2 of the signage strategy and implementation plan as amended.
Okay, we've got a move by Member Minnings, second by Member Burkett. Questions?
I thought it was going to budget. Oh, it still goes to budget. Okay. No, okay. Okay.
Okay, we'll ask for a mover again. Moved by Member Minnings, second by Member Burkett. All in favor? Carried.
With money.
And then we'll go to 3.2, land sale inquiry. Allison Gray.
Thank you. So we received this inquiry a couple months back. Sent a circulation around to departments for information, which is a standard process for us. This is the solely industrially owned piece of land that the township has under its name. It's a fairly large piece of property. That said, it is currently landlocked. And as you can see from the mapping that was included in the staff report, it has some pretty substantial constraints on it. The individual who did put forward the inquiry has actually already been in touch with the railways and it's Trans-Canada Trails, which is what operates the rail line recreation corridor. And he was working away with them. So it's really up to council. Our thought is that because this is the industrial piece of land that we own, is that this may not be the best fit or best proposal that the township could get for this parcel. And so if council wanted to proceed at this point in time, then we would deny this inquiry, and then we would work with county economic development to put out a request proposal that would go out to the development community to see what someone else would propose for this property. And then we could, or council would then review the proposals and decide how to proceed from there. So that was the idea. Just so you know, this inquiry did come in before council undertook their new economic development strategy. So if council also wanted to sit on this until after that was completed, that would be perfectly reasonable as well. If council is looking to put out a general RFP at the end of that economic development process, then I would suggest just for the inquirer's feedback that we would deny the application itself at this point in time. And then if they're interested, then they could submit again when the RFP comes out, just through the regular RFP process. But it would also mean that this local business would have the ability to pivot and look for another property in the interim if it took another year or so before it comes back to council. So it's a bit of a twofold thing. You have the inquiry, and then it's got an economic development spin too. So.
Okay, thank you. I'll open to the committee. Member Minnings first, and then Member Brennan.
Thank you, through the chair. With having the economic development study underway, as you mentioned, I am interested in knowing opportunities for business and industry to operate. I know that we have very limited industrial land, and if this may be the only one that the township has, I'm not sure. but it would be nice regardless of how we get there. And I'm open to listen to my council members to have attract an industry that we could bring higher paying jobs to this area. And I think the location is prime for a variety of other people and businesses to look at it. Whether we have to wait for the economic development study to be completed, I'm not 100% sure of that.
Okay, thank you. Member Brennan?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair. Yeah, it's a weird looking site. Do we know, is there any seepage from the Aurelia dump swamp there? No. There's no seepage on that site?
Member Burkett.
Thank you. To the chair, the county assumed that landfill some years ago, but I think they've got monitoring wells surrounding the landfill. So if there was seepage, they would catch it.
Yeah, and there's EP area in, look, this is the area we're talking about. Is that correct? Is this just this piece here?
I put the map up on the screen for council.
Oh, you did. Thank you. Okay, perfect.
So this here
gotcha
is the is the lands that we are talking about. So this big parcel here. So you have a mix of EP, wetland.
Right.
This area, the whole lot is zoned. I believe it's zoned industrial right now.
Yeah.
Then there's another piece of EP down here.
Right.
There were potential road connections considered, and the other two directors can speak to this as well, that would come in this way.
Right.
Or at one point there was the idea to come down somehow from this way.
Okay.
Yeah. The current proponent that submitted the application was proposing to use the rail corridor as the means of access. Hence why they've already engaged in discussions on that piece. But and then you have a couple of the businesses here, and maybe the director of planning can speak to, like, if this piece does propose, like, MTO will not permit another entrance off the highway here.
Okay.
And there's other businesses up this way that may, if another access route was developed into the site that's not off the highway, that there are other businesses near this property immediately adjacent to that may benefit from that. So
the current proposal then, in the current proposal, the only thing that particular applicant says he'd leave alone is the EP. Is that correct? That's my understanding of this application.
So the applicant is proposing a nature trail surrounding the EP lands would connect to the Trans-Canada Trail to ensure any construction development is kept a safe distance from the protected portion, while ensuring that there's access to the public without causing adverse effects to the EP lands.
Yeah. So with that in mind, yeah. I mean, our economic strategy is under development, and I suppose it's timely to start investigating whether or not we're going to use that resource. And I mean, the other thought is the current applicant can apply as part of that process. It's not like they're shut out, right? Okay, thank you.
Member Cox, did you? Yeah.
Yeah, through the chair, I was just going to ask Ms. Woodrow to speak to the whole issue on the property in this.
Thank you, if I may, through you, Chair Taylor, to Member Cox, and just further to Councillor Brennan's point with respect to the environmental protection lands. Any future development of this property would be subject to site plan control at a minimum, which would require an environmental impact study, which would further delineate those areas and implement appropriate setbacks, buffers, that sort of thing.
Thank you.
I have a question through to Garrick or Andrea. So Stewart's Lane there, which is access off of Highway 11, is that a township road?
No, that's just a private roadway. Because
I looked it up in my book here and it didn't say private, but it is a private road, correct?
Yeah, through the chair. So even if it's shown up on the mapping, it doesn't necessarily commit us to owning it. We don't own the property of Stewart's. Oh, sorry, Stewart's Lane? Yeah, sorry, I thought you meant the half-constructed private roadway on the Stewart's Lane is actually the land beneath it is owned by the MTO. So it's actually an MTO service road.
So what I'm getting at, is that a possible access if you continue that south to get to the property so that you would get access technically off of Highway 11 through Stewart's Lane to get to that industrial property.
Through the chair, so the whole land is owned by the MTO, and with the MTO's known desire for expansion, I believe that would be a very short-term solution, if any. I think the whole corridor beside the MTO would be restricted, but I can't necessarily speak for the MTO.
Member Cox.
Yeah, through the chair to Ms. Woodrow. So when I look at this piece of property, is this an appropriate piece of property for industrial and to be zoned this? Like how much could you really, I guess there's that corner, but then you got EP in that corner too. Like, I don't know, like I know we've had this for years, but it's never really been looked at. Like it's just sort of sat there. And I know we did sell some to Stewart's a while ago, but I'm just wondering, is that the best we can come up with? Or is there something else we should be looking at? Or is this something that will cause a whole flop if a developer came in?
If I may, through you, Chair Taylor, to Member Cox. Council may recall during the official plan review that we're currently in an employment land deficit. So I would say we need to keep what we have. This likely was originally zoned for industrial development due to proximity to highway. And now we know through MTO's more recent policies, they're trying to prevent new access as well as to eliminate existing where possible through redevelopment. So I think the land is definitely appropriate. It's been designated that way for some time. It's just, it doesn't have frontage, and we have to determine what is the best way to access this property.
Okay, thank you.
Member McIntyre.
Through the chair, how much land are we talking about? How many acres are we talking about here? Did I miss that somehow? That's the first part of it. Secondly, what good is it to us if we can't use it now or in the future and we have a warm buyer? I mean, why don't we just take advantage of the opportunity and then somehow get a value on it? I mean, we could get a bag of money here, I think. First question, how big is it?
If I may, through Chair Taylor, to the question, Derek's done some quick calculations here. So about 76 acres.
Supplement, is that usable or is that with the EP included or usable?
Through the chair. So that's just the pull right off of the Terranet. So that would be, you can see about half of it's not usable. So, you know, round figure 30 and change usable.
And back through the chair. What good is it to us if we can't do anything with it now or in the future, if it's landlocked and they're not allowing road access off 11 and others? It seems to me if we've got somebody who just holding on for the sake of holding on, it makes no sense to me. With my real estate background, if we can get something out of it and a bag of money, I'd be interested in finding out what it's worth and the end amount. I mean, just even if it was only just to know for our own information what it's worth. It seems to me that we're not ever going to develop it as far as no access and other reasons. What are we holding on to it for? Thanks.
I'd let Andre answer that question, and Member Burkett wants to jump in.
Thank you, Chair Taylor. I can kick it off for sure. So what we want to make sure, this is going back to our presentation from earlier today, that any future development is done in accordance with provincial policy. So, for example, the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe sets out minimum density targets for residential development and for employment growth. And those are reflected in the county's official plan. So for Severn, the minimum density target is 32 jobs per hectare. So what we would want to make sure is that if we do have a proposal for this property, it's at least meeting the minimum density requirements, highest and best use, I guess you could say. So for example, if it was just to be used for one single building, one single use, I would have to argue that A, it doesn't meet the targets, and B, it's not the highest and best use of the property. So we want to make sure that we're comfortable that it's being developed in the best and most efficient way.
Okay, Member Burkett and then Member
Thank you.
Brennan.
Through the chair,
Oh, I'm sorry, Member Cox.
Ms. Woodrow, I'm looking at all, and just to your further to your comments, I'm looking at all the restrictions on this property and all the studies that would need to happen, and we don't even know how much and they can utilize, correct? Depending on what they want to put there. So would we, if we wanted an opinion of value for this piece of property as it stands today, would we have to get it surveyed, or can we have an opinion of value just for further to Member McIntyre's comments? I'd be interested in knowing what it's worth as it stands. But then again, I look at the proponent that's looking at purchasing the property. I hope they understand the amount of money and studies that they're going to have to do. And to your point, they may only be able to put one building on this piece of property, correct?
If I may, Chair Taylor, through you to Member Burkett, certainly an analysis of the constraints on this property is recommended. Not only are there the environmental constraints, you noted proximity to the former Simcoe County landfill. So that means there's a study that has to be done here to make sure there's no leachate from that property on this property. You're looking at traffic studies, just those are just to name a few. So the highest and best use, we would have to definitely have an analysis of that.
Supplementary, if I may, through Mr. Chair. So in all fairness to the person that's approached us to sell this piece of property, have they sat down with any member, like with yourself, to look at the restrictions on this property? And I don't know if they've come forward with what they would like to do with the piece of property, knowing that there's all these studies that would have to be done. And I'm not sure what they're looking to do with said piece of property, but are they aware of, I guess if they read this agenda, they'd be aware that there's a multitude of studies they need to do, and they may not be able to build what they're looking to build, but they haven't come in to speak to you at all about it.
If I may, Chair Taylor, through you to Member Burkett, in the report, we offer a pre-consultation meeting. Should that be the direction of the committee that you wish to entertain a private proposal, we would have a pre-consultation meeting that would involve all township departments, the county, because of the proximity to the waste disposal site, as well as MTO. And all of the studies would come out in the form of minutes for that particular proposal. But perhaps that pre-consultation meeting is premature at this point, given the discussions.
Okay, thank you. Member Cox and then Member Brennan.
I have to agree with what you said. This is our unemployment land. We don't have a lot of employment land. And for somebody to come and put one building on it. And the other problem I have is every time we sell a piece of property, somebody flips it and makes more money on it. And I totally disagree. You know what? Land is an asset that we may need for the future. And we do have to have employment land, right? We have to prove how much employment we can put on it. Looking for lands. So in my opinion, this person who wants to buy it, if we decide we're going to put an RFP later, then he's welcome to do it. And we need to have it so it's transparent and open. But in my mind, I'm not selling it because I've already seen 2 lots that we've sold to somebody and they turned around and flipped them and are asking 3 times as much for them. So I will, I would not be in favor of just selling it to anyone. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Member Brennan.
Just through the chair to Andrea, if someone was really determined and innovative, I'm familiar with the front end here of Ryerson Avenue. I know on the back of those lots there's some maple bush there's syrup coming out of there. But if someone was really determined, I see 2 lots there that one could purchase to add to that. I don't know what the barriers are like to get there, but one could, like developers do all the time, they consolidate properties. It looks to me like between Silver Creek Estates and Ryerson, there is an opportunity to create access if someone had a bold industrial plan in place. Is that not feasible? I just don't see why you couldn't do it if someone wanted to.
Go ahead, Andrea.
Thank you, Chair Taylor. So certainly land assembly does happen, as you know, to make a better situation. It would provide road frontage. The question would be, is Ryerson Boulevard of an appropriate capacity for an industrial use? You do have to consider the existing homes in that area, and the capacity of that existing road. Would upgrades be required, that sort of thing.
Yeah, fair enough.
But that could be looked at through a traffic study that would be required anyways for this type of proposal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Burkett.
Thank you, through the chair. I think I heard, I don't know which member mentioned it, but we're doing an economic strategy. Why don't we wait Madam Clerk said that. Why don't we wait to see what the strategy comes back as? Let's see what they're going to come back with. And it may, I don't know what they're going to say. And then at that time, we can make a decision as to where we go with this piece of property. I don't know. I just, a suggestion.
Thank you for that. Member Minnings.
Thank you. And where I'm thinking may not be 100% relevant to this particular application, but through the economic development study and through just generally living up in this area, knowing what MTO plans to do perhaps a decade or more out, we don't know, with the accesses, is around beautification of our portion of the Highway 11 corridor going through Severn. And I'm not convinced that more aggregate type businesses or storage facilities, et cetera, would be the better use. So I don't know if there's an opportunity for staff to also do some blue sky thinking to when there are opportunities around the Highway 11 corridor, that we make it as welcoming and as whatever we deem the look and the feel of travel through there should be. Because right now it's, I think it's subpar. Thank you.
Okay, Member Burkett.
Thank you, through the chair, to Member Minning's comment. I'm sure, and I'm not going to mention which piece of property, but if you notice a piece of property as you head home, it's now being cleaned up. The person that bought that, I don't know how many times they phoned me, and again, they were restricted by the MTO. I can only assume that's why they cleaned the nightmare up, but you're right. It looks beautiful now and it's gone. I'm not sure. I don't want to comment, but I don't know if there's an application in to do something with that piece of property, but the MTO are very difficult to deal with. Very difficult.
Okay, one final one, and then we'll.
I'm probably going to say something that people aren't going to like, but unfortunately, Highway 11 is a major route, and that is where our industry should be. It should be on a major haul route. That is what it's made for. The 400 has it, Innisfil does. It will happen coming up by Coldwater. It's going to happen on Highway 12. They've already hit Oro Madani. Oro Madani tells me that they're in the county, they're looking north, and that is what these developers want. They want to develop in industry and commercial on right off the main highway, so it's the fastest possible way to get their products or to get their staff to work and from work. And I mean, when they do it, it can be made to look nice. It's just that unfortunately, be the way we sit in Severn with all the major corridors, that's what they will end up coming here. It may take 10 years, it may take 20 years, but they've already hit Oro Madani. No, I'm not talking about that one. She was talking about the whole thing. Yeah.
So do we have a motion that we could defer this until we come up with an economic strategy or report?
Two questions. So one, then, did council want to do the initial application and then just wait for next steps until after the economic development plan is completed, so that the current applicant has an interim answer? So if in that window of time they want to look for a different property, then they could.
Is that a matter with an explanation?
Oh yeah, I'd have a conversation with them.
If that's the committee's okay with it, I think we'll let it run. Member Cox before that.
Yeah, through the chair to Andrea. Andrea, also in that explanation, it should be about our employment lands and the amount of what has to be put there. You were just saying that one building isn't really what we were talking about here. The province has asked us for 32 per, so it's like an industrial park sort of. We're looking more so than one small business or something to flip.
Okay. with the Madam
Okay,
Clerk.
so the motion then reads that Administration Report number A23-037 dated September 27th, 2023 regarding land sale inquiry at 7996 Highway 11 South be received, and that the land sale inquiry be denied, and further that the matter be brought back for future discussion following the conclusion of the economic development plan.
If that's okay, we have a mover by Member Minnings, second by Member Brennan. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, so moving along to F3.3, our clerk with the multi-year accessibility plan.
Switching gears. So every five in that draft new plan as to everything we've accomplished over the last 5 years, and we were given the impact of COVID, particularly over the last 3 years, we were quite pleasantly surprised to see when we started putting it together how much we actually have accomplished given that unexpected hiccup. And so at this point, we have a draft plan that we just want to put to council, and then we'll put it out to public consultation. It'll go to accessibility committee members. It'll go out to any local agency and body that's appropriate. So we have independent info. Try and throw out on this. Along with just general public feedback. So it'll be put up on our website, and then we'll receive comments through to, I think I said early December. And then those comments with any proposed revisions will go to the accessibility committee at their December meeting, and this would come back to the January corporate services committee for council final direction and or adoption. So
I also have a question that, like, in reference to the Match at Ash Hall, our way there. It's basically only one level, but then they're saying in the report, well, there could be an elevator to go to the basement, but you're only on one level. So I think it needs, I guess, whether our committee comments to what was proposed there the last time, and we kind of slipped through there. And to me, it's one level, and I think the washrooms needed some upgrading there. It's like the cost of $189 seems crazy for what is expected there. So maybe I might need help through you to help to see exactly what's needed for that hall, because I think that's too much money, and there's no need to go into the basement. That's just my point of view.
yeah, I think if there's any of the 2020 facility audits the council would like to go back and revisit, then that would be a great conversation to undertake between maybe myself from the accessibility perspective, but your new director of facilities has an exceptional amount of knowledge on this front. So he's a good one to look to as well in that conversation. Right now, council in that one motion did identify some priority buildings that we continue to work through, that were the major community centers and this office. And then once those are kind of moving forward or underway and such, then I think the idea was maybe the CEO can speak to that the new director would come back with
my plan is
budget recommendations for other places. So.
Yeah, my plan is to go on a tour Ward 1 with the new director there, show him that area.
So, but in general, I think that when we look back over the last 5 years, it's a good success story on the accessibility front. We continue to make good strides. You'll note that going into the next year, there'll be the completion of the multi-sport courts, which are accessible as well. I know our communications officer is looking at upgrades to the website, and we continue to work on improvements to just general processes and forums and such every time that they come up for review. So constantly making little strides, and then as we can do them, the bigger ones. So
okay, member Minnings.
On page, through the chair, on page 9, general accomplishments, what does WCAG, that acronym, represent?
The WCAG is the International Worldwide Website Standard.
Okay.
So
for accessibility.
For accessibility. So when the legislation first came out, within a certain number of years, we all had to meet WCAG 1, and then we got to WCAG 2, and they're looking at, the province right now is looking over the legislation to see if we should be moving on to YCAG 2 point such and such. So the province is looking at all the guiding regulations right now. They do a review about every 5 years. So this again is another one of those pieces of legislation that's constantly up for review. I should make note though, when it comes to buildings, I do want to make sure council is aware of this, that unless we make a change to the building, the current buildings are fine as they are. So the requirement to make buildings accessible happens when you undertake construction. So
thank you. And that's a great segue to my second question, which is on page 13 of 16. The administration report A20-017 that was presented to council in October of 2020 listed three priorities for barrier-free renovations. I'm wondering if those three priorities still stand and if those numbers 1, 2, and 3 are in priority area. So specifically this administrative building, number 2, Coldwater Community Center, and number 3, Washego Community Center.
I guess it would be up to council to tell us if they've changed their mind, but in my view, those still are the top 3 priorities for accessibility. Not inside.
So you're asking what's the status of it, member meetings?
Yeah, and sorry, yes. And I was asking if those are in priority areas, that if the previous council thought that this building took priority over the Coldwater and the Washego community centers as far as barrier-free renovations.
I believe at the time this was passed that it was just a simple 1, 2, 3. I don't think 1 was any more important than 3. It was just these were the top 3. I should note that when the eventual West Shore Community Center is built, then it will be required, because it'll be current code. It will be required to be fully accessible, including all paths of travel, etc. So it won't make this list because these are dealing with existing facilities. So
correct. That list is only for renovations. Correct. Thank you.
Okay, Member Cox.
That's what I was going to say.
Okay. Madam CEO.
I was just going to follow up on the clerk. Council actually did put them in order. Like we had year 1, year 2, year 3. We were going to design 1 year and build the next design. Like they were 1, 2, 3. And certainly the admin building is a high priority. Should we have someone with needs for accessibility, we have nowhere, and your dais is not accessible, and we don't have any accessible washrooms. So there's a lot of needs in this building.
Okay, Member Minnings.
Thank you, through the chair. So then to council, then I would question the priority numbering of that list, because if that is the case, that in the event that there was to be a staff person or a council member that needed accessibility, that would be a barrier. I think we could address that at the time. But I think that because of because the Coldwater and the Washego community centers are open and running and available to all of our residents right now, that they should be prioritized.
Member Cox.
I think the whole idea was that this building probably was going to be renovated before either one of those were inside. So I'm assuming that's why we went that way with it. And the fact that the dais, whereas you can get into a washroom at the community center in Washego, that first one, and you can in the Coldwater Community Center, whereas here, if we ever got an employee, we would be sort of muffed again. Thank you.
Madam CEO.
Yeah, and we've been working on the admin building plans for probably a good year, and council is actually going to see them next month. So we're well on our way in the admin building.
Any other comment? Member Burkett.
Thank you, through the chair. So again, next month we'll see and have to make some huge decisions for this term of council. Whether it's going to be pleasant or not, but I think until we see that, looking forward to the report, actually.
Any other comments? I guess a motion, and Madam Clerk.
So the motion reads that Administration Report number A23-01041 dated October 25th, 2023 regarding a draft 2024 to 2029 accessibility plan be received, and that the draft plan be published for public feedback, and further that staff report back to a future meeting with the final draft.
Okay, any discussion? If not, have a mover. Moved by member Burkett, second by member Cox. All in favor? That's carried. We'll jump into new business G1. Member Brennan, Ontario government.
Well, I feel like the secret on annual conference here. Surprised there's anybody here at all.
There's going to be a raffle.
I'm going to try to wrap this up real quick. Purpose of this presentation, I think, primarily is I'm looking at an opportunity, hopefully, to spread some awareness, both here and hopefully, if anyone else is listening, any of our residents. And I mean, would have loved it if there was some sort of submission we could have done. But in all fairness to staff, I was kind of late to the party on this one. Some of the implications of this proposal became apparent only recently through work done by the Canadian Environmental Law Association. And individuals, there's a deadline for submitting comments on these proposals, and it's October 30th. So it's around the corner. So let me just dive right into it. Just a step back for 1 second on this. So, like, it is no secret that Ontario government's environmental and housing policies are pretty much out of sync with basically what the people of Ontario know. We know through it is too late in the day. Environics poll, 94% of the people in Simcoe County are in favor of additional environmental protections, and of course, into more science-based decisions. Now, they've backed off on some of the more ill-considered things like the green belt. You heard the announcement yesterday about them pulling back on the official plan lines that were forced upon a lot of communities. So it's nice, things are going, but they still have things like MZOs. They still plan to build highways that are really low priority, even if you ask anyone involved in the highway business. And so that we have these things, these attempts to cut red tape tend to do two things. One is remove environmental protection, and two is to remove your democratic right to comment on things. This is consistent over and over again. And I'm concerned with that. So right now there's a proposal on the EBR to exempt certain licensing requirements. This applies to certain waste management systems that involve asbestos waste, biomedical waste, treated biomedical waste, hazardous waste, liquid industrial waste, and treated waste that cannot be disposed of via a landfill. They also have proposed changes to stormwater management and water taking for construction sites, dewatering activities, and foundation drains. The goal is, according to the postings, it is to reduce regulatory tape in housing, development, and industrial operations. The bottom line, though, is that the changes that are proposed will mean that there will no longer be an upfront environmental review by the Ministry of the Environment, potential environmental impacts. It also means that the public participation and appeal rights that we have under the Environmental Bill of Rights would no longer apply. So you have no say. In short, the proposed activities would no longer be subject to either government or public scrutiny before these operations proceed in Ontario. So just quick, some of you may have studied on the courses that we recently put on here through Severn Sound. So these EASRs, they're an online registry system that allows businesses to self-register once they have determined that their proposed activities meet certain eligibility requirements. In essence, EASRs were brought in to deal with low impact environmental effects. So if you're going to have adverse effects, they're supposed to be used for only low impact things. So anything that has a significant adverse impact, you would think, is going to be reviewed now and into the future. On the waste proposal, for instance, waste management systems that transport and store waste, in particular asbestos waste, hazardous waste, and biomedical waste, they do have the potential to cause serious harm, not only to the environment, but also to human health. Exposure to asbestos, I'm sure you know, is dangerous for lung cancer and other problems. Hazardous waste, which includes substances classified as toxic under the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, and includes metals such as arsenic and chromium, which are listed as carcinogens in the International Agency for Research and for Cancer. Biomedical waste can be infectious or biohazardous. Stormwater management. Improper management of wastewater and stormwater has potential to cause serious impacts to human and environmental health. And appropriate regulation and monitoring, with appropriate regulation and monitoring, stormwater can fulfill public needs, et cetera, et cetera. The bottom line is, we know the stormwater is a problem. We know, for instance, for Lake Simcoe and therefore for Lake Couchiching, that if we don't get a better handle on some of the stormwater effects, they are saying that in 30 years, these lakes are going to be grossly degraded. So here we are talking about streamlining the process. And so I just want to remind you that back Bill 68, which was an open for business bill back in 2010, when these ESERs were established, it was clearly with the understanding that high-risk activities remained under an approval process. You don't just fill in the blanks. So there has been no answer. So the notice is up there, and there has been no answer, for instance, by the ministry to date that I'm aware of, that environmental values or cumulative effects are dealt with in these proposals. And because the oversight basically has moved on, I don't see anything. There's nothing in there that's they're going to have additional environmental officers checking to make sure these things are done properly. There's no indication that a commitment is being made to do. In some cases, there's talk about financial assurance, and now they're saying that insurance funds will be made available and the way to approach these streamlining. The problem with that is I've dealt with financial insurance back in the days with mining companies. It's not worth the paper it's written on when they go bankrupt. That's why the taxpayer is cleaning up all these abandoned mines, why the taxpayer is cleaning up all these wells in southwestern Ontario, because things like that tend not to work very well. And there's even no guarantee that any insurance company would cover these things. Heck, they're even talking about not covering zones in Toronto right now for flooding. Houses, just ordinary houses. And I want to note that the Auditor General has prepared a report that says we don't know enough about current spills and impacts to not be careful. So when it gets, that's two of them. Let's talk about water taking, because this one blows me away. So we already have streamlined water taking for highways and transit projects and for construction site dewatering and so forth, and pump tests. So in essence, the new proposal removes the need for public notice and a requirement for ministry review for obtaining a permit to take water. It removes the requirement, get this, for limiting your take to 400,000 liters of groundwater per day, with regards to the groundwater in relation to one or more dewatering sites. And on construction, there's no caps, there's no time limits. You could have 2 construction sites in the same area drawing unlimited quantities of water from the groundwater. I don't know if you care about that from a municipal water point of view, but I damn well care about it from a private well point of view. It's scary. So it's even questionable, according to CELA, that we can meet our Great Lakes St. Lawrence River Basin sustainability water requirements under these processes. No justification exists for removing the threshold. And interestingly enough, this proposal wants to remove the requirements to notify conservation authorities of water taking, the agencies who keep track of water budgets in most jurisdictions and that are essential for protection of our natural heritage. No requirement. So like it's the Wild West on water takings. So, and again, no mention of cumulative effects like what I talked about. And it's a massive, massive, massive increase in water taking from our wells at a time when people should recognize that our water, our groundwater, is an essential and valuable source for the future. It astounds me that this would be there. Now, the sewer one, and I'm almost done, I promise, but the sewer one talks about building resilient communities, protecting water quantity and quality, and so forth. And what it involves is trying to make exemptions for what they call LID works, or low impact development works, you know, and drainage works for roadways and stuff, like things like permeable pavements and things like that. And I think fundamentally that makes good sense. The problem I have is, in my just over a year as a counselor, if we allow these things to be, you know, too streamlined. I mean, I've gone to properties this year. July this year was a threshold time for flooding. You know, I've seen people, they built tennis courts, they changed the grades on their property, and like, you can do all kinds of things to your poor neighbors here if you're not careful. And you know, if you're using drainage, local drainage and so forth. So I'm not an expert on this, but I worry that people can be affected by what other people do. And we see this all the time, even where we've issued building permits. There have been cases where neighbors, and you guys have got records going back God knows how long, and that's just my little area. There are problems, and I just worry that you cut to. I don't want my neighbor doing anything that's going to cause my backyard all of a sudden be wet 10 months of the year. So I would worry about some of these sewer things in the application. So no, is it interesting how I'm not so sure we're save a lot of time by doing these things. We can create some long-term liabilities. So what I really wanted to do is just urge people to, like, you can comment. I certainly intend to put some comments in on the EBR. It's pretty friendly to approach it that way. You don't need to be a rocket scientist or a lawyer to contribute. I'm not aware at this time whether the county or anyone has commented on these regulations, but I do believe it's significant. People should know that these changes can occur, and I think you should be concerned. The other thing I wanted to note for the hazardous waste people, one of the studies by the Auditor General, that all aspects of hang on, let me just get the right wording here. I just want to make sure I'm accurate. Basically, there are significant issues with the transport of hazardous waste. Has been in the report since 2007. I'm not aware of any changes that have occurred in terms of reducing the hazards. The waste community is notorious for not complying with the law over and over again. That's from the Auditor General. So you go, wow, let's just streamline the process and make it even easier to do stuff like that. It just, to me, is horrifying. Anyway, I don't know if Derek or anyone knows whether or not any input on these proposals has been posted by Simcoe County or any like body like AMO. I'm not aware of it. And quite frankly, so far I haven't had a chance to try to find out those things. So when I became aware of this, we were approaching the deadline for minutes, so I just rushed into it. But I do suggest, you know, if you care about these things, it'll take 30 minutes to comment before the 30th. And I don't expect our staff here to get something ready by the 30th. I don't think you could, but if you could, it would be nice. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, I think Member Cox has a comment, and then I'll let Derek and Andrea have a comment as well.
Yeah, through the chair. Those websites, or those, you couldn't click on them to read them.
Oh, normally you can. Okay.
No, I couldn't. I don't know anybody else, but I tried to click on the blue. Will you resend them? Thank you.
Thank you. Derek or Andrea, would you like to comment on Member Brennan? Thanks.
So through the chair, I think like we'll reserve comments, generally speaking, you know, for open forum here. But I think the one that staff, like, we monitor this. We don't actively respond to everyone. It doesn't have a ton of municipal interest on every event. But the one that Public Works, you know, the department that I'm interested in, was the stormwater management approvals. Those are specifically exempt from municipalities. So municipalities still have to, you know, undertake that same process. But from what our basic review was, is if someone in the private side is going to invest in LID infrastructure, that's like generally a positive thing. There is, like they said, little to no risk environmentally for that. So it's not a terribly bad idea, but I can appreciate Councillor Brenner's concern with, the overarching removal of permitting process could be a concern. But in the one event that we had interest in, we kind of support, the province's move to try to streamline LID. It generally is good, and it's hard to get private entity to invest in those features. So that's just kind of, some comments we had.
Okay, thank you. Andrea, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Taylor. Through you to Councillor Brennan. I know the county is very good at copying us on anytime they do submit comments to the ERO, particularly with respect to planning matters. Although we haven't seen anything come through from the county, I will undertake to follow up and see if they've done any submissions on their own.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. If you any comment, Member McIntyre.
Just a comment to Phil's work. Put a lot of time in this. The water taking, it's been said that there's a million skids of water on the docks at any time in some of the Asian countries. That water came from here. That water's never coming back here in any way. So not only for the construction, but for the people who are bottling and selling water, whether it's to this committee's interest or not, a million skids of water on a dock at any time in a Chinese port that came from here makes no sense to me. And we should be somewhere along the line with your talking about regulations and looking into all of this. I think we should probably, as a side note, look at that. I mean, it's just ridiculous that our groundwater is going away and not coming back.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You have a motion.
Just a motion that the report from Member Brennan regarding the Ontario government proposals be received for information.
Okay, we have a mover for that. Moved by Member McIntyre, second by Member Brennan. All in favor? Carried. Next, we'll go to D 1.4. This was pulled by Member Minnings, Council Abeyance list.
Thank you. And it was specific to the item on page 59, the traffic and parking at township boat launches. This was a huge problem last winter in the West Shore area, not just in the summers. And I was wondering how that's being prioritized, if at all, so specific to compliance through perhaps no parking signs or something, because I think that once the snow falls and the streets get narrower and the ice fishermen come, which we want them to, that our residents will be having problems accessing their own driveways, etc., safely.
I can agree.
Okay, I know Madam Clerk and the director were working on Kelly's Road anyway.
With respect to general parking enforcement, when winter first jumps upon us every year, we try and give everyone a series of warnings unless it's so improper and blocking someone's access that we don't have a choice but to make the move or issue a ticket. So we try and go the route of public education first. We do not sign every single road allowance leading to water. We have many of them, and I know some are busier than others. But we do direct bylaw down there, and we do have winter patrols that go out, particularly around snow events, to ensure that roads can be plowed and things like that. If road allowances lead to water, the public is generally welcome to use them. If they're blocking driveways and getting down roads, we do have parking provisions in place currently in the bylaw that you can't have it so congested that roads are blocked, driveways cannot be blocked, things like that. We have those measures already in place in our parking bylaw. And then we just get out there and do some enforcement. So hopefully that partly answers your question. I do know that given that this was a matter that was just referred to in August of this year, I don't know if the director has had much of a chance to take it any further. I know I've got 4 housekeeping bylaw updates coming to you in November, so reviews are definitely underway. but we're
Okay.
working on it.
Yeah, thank you. And just subsequent in closing, it was a friendly reminder, and thank you for that. The specific experiences in my area were in the winter months. The people who are using the water access come very early in the morning, perhaps 4:30 or so. So I know bylaw wasn't around then, and enforcement was difficult. So education 100%, but that doesn't help people from out of town who are enjoying our lakes in the winter months. So I just wanted to make that point. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Any other comments on the abeyance list? Madam Clerk, do you have a motion for that? Oh, Member Cox, sorry.
Yeah. I do have a question on the council special project grant, Coldwater Township Laneway. Is that the alleyways in Coldwater?
Yes, that's the alleyway that's.
And they have to reapply, do they not? Because we changed our application.
That was referred to budget.
Okay.
The motion for that was referred to budget for the improvements down there.
All right.
So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion, Madam Clerk?
Certainly. So the motion is just that the council abeyance list for October 25th, 2023 be received for information.
Mover for that, please. Moved by Member Minnings, second by Member McIntyre. All in favor? Carried. And one more from the new business, D 2.6, Member Minnings.
Sorry, I don't.
Yeah, this is dealing with fixing long-term care.
Yes.
Amendment.
Okay. Thank you. The correspondence from regarding fixing long-term care amendment act that was sent. I would like council to also submit a letter supporting this.
Okay, I think you're looking for an endorsement by this council, Member Minnings.
Sorry, yes, I am. I didn't want to review what it said, but it's when individuals are living in long-term care that their spouses also are accommodated to live with them and not be separated at that point in their lives, which is currently what's in existence.
Okay, thank you. Any discussions from the committee? If not, we have a motion.
Certainly. So the motion, the council of the Township of Severn support the Fixing Long-Term Care Amendment Act, and correspondence be sent appropriately.
And that's moved by Member Minnings, second by Member Cox. All in favor? Okay, now we're going to jump to section H, committee updates. We'll start at this end and come back.
Thank you through the chair. County Council had a agenda item about moving the Matcha dump to Anderson Line. Thank God for Member Cox, who is a committee chair. I actually spoke to the CAO and the staff there, and we've had it deferred for now. It could be volatile later, but we'll wait and cross that bridge at that time. Attended the Lake Country AGM as well. And found out also through the program in Cogeco in your area, it seems that we're still struggling with hookups there, only because Cogeco didn't pay any of their contractors. One other thing that I found out for staff, I'm going to say this in a public forum. I know that we have got approvals for high-speed internet through Rogers and Bell. And what I was told, as soon as any one of those providers lays cable, no other providers can come in. So if they lay a cable, for example, on any road, on a canal road, for example, they don't have to follow through with the rest of them. And I'm really struggling with that. And I'm not sure if that was true or not, but maybe we can look into that. And if that's the case, they may leave us for years without any internet hookup. And that's not what I want, but that's what I was told.
And Boyd Road, I just want to thank Derek. Road is very well done. Nice job. I think it was 350,000, wasn't it, for that? So that's the same length as Carly Online. So remember that when at budget time. Thank you very much, Mr. Burt.
Okay, Member Brennan.
Oh, yeah. So for the Aurelia District Agriculture site, just a quick update. They currently have their slaughterhouse event on. It's on right up until the 29th. I actually dressed up and participated in that on Monday night for 4 hours. And they have approximately $100,000 worth of scary stuff there that they contract and rent to circulate. It's actually amazing what they do in that spot. But if I had any advice, because there's a couple of children there that were thoroughly horrified. If your kid still believes in Santa Claus, do not bring them to the slaughterhouse. It's just not fair. But it is something to see. So check it out. It's I was amazed at just how much is involved in that thing. Upcoming is just want to remind you that the Winterfest is going to be February 10th. So planning is underway for that. And that's a great Severn event. There are other events, but I don't need to refer to them now. I updated you on those at the last meeting. As far as, I'm not meeting with this group till next Monday. As far as the physician committee that I'm working on, their meeting was also moved ahead to next week for reasons that are not clear to me. I can tell you this, though, associated with that, I sat in on the Chamber of Commerce meeting in Aurelia yesterday, and they, in particular, Carmen Stumpo talked about the 25 million you probably heard about in the papers, and he explained that 25 million was money that was brought into the systems for COVID, and that he was quite happy to get it because in a lot of places that money's been clawed back, but for our hospital here, they've retained that level of funding. Also, he and whoever met with the ministers, with the premier, they did discuss the new hospital, and it's interesting. One of the things that was on the table was the idea that the old hospital site could provide 600 housing units, and that they wouldn't mind seeing if they can work with Lakehead for a site. Although they haven't settled on a site, they're looking for, I guess, sort of the go-ahead to start aggressively putting out requests of interest for the site and so forth. And while the premier didn't make a hard commitment, he was intrigued by the idea of creating housing and cooperatively working with Lakehead. And as Arnold Schwarzenegger said, he said he'll be back. So in 10 to 15, it looks like there's a good chance we will have a new hospital. I hope that's true anyway, but that seems to be the optimistic viewpoint. That's it for my update. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Quarter Mill, just to give you an idea, in November, we've got a children's Christmas market on Sunday, November the 12th from 11 to 2. And then we have our two Christmas markets with the vendors being there on Saturday, the 18th and Saturday, November the 25th from 10 to 2. And just as a reminder that on December the 2nd, which is the Santa Claus Parade in Coldwater, Santa and Mrs. Claus will be in the upstairs of the mill taking pictures there. The next one, Severn Sound Environment Association. We just completed our third webinar on October the 12th, which included Provincial Ministries providing information to all 8 members of Severn Sound. Thank you for Member Brennan for setting that up, and also the Severn Sound for hosting it. It was truly a good success, a great success. And for interest, tomorrow is our quarterly meeting with Severn Sound. The Matchdash Hall is currently being used very busily now. We've had celebrations of life there, bridal showers, baby showers, karate kids, and quilting there. And at Seg Bay, we had an event last night that the mayor and deputy mayor and I attended at Raleigh Resort, and it was well attended and looked very good. That's it. Member Cox.
I will be sending you out the county council highlights. You can read the information in that. And there's also an Ontario Lake Country AGM follow-up The library in Coldwater, they had macrame classes. They have the book club up and running. Ukulele lessons on Saturday. They had a painting class on Sunday, and they had to replace insulation in the library. They had the Severn firefighters there. They had about 30 or 40 people and children come to see them. And I think that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Cox. Member Minnings.
Thank you. Lots going on in the West Shore community. First off, in Cumberland Beach and area, the 3rd annual Santa Claus Parade is scheduled for Sunday, December 17th at 1 p.m. I attended a library board meeting with the Aurelia Public Library recently, as well as their murder mystery night on Saturday that was really well attended and a lot of fun. Special mention to the Aurelia Library regarding their Remembrance Day tribute that's on display now. If you would to go there, the entrance to the library is has been rejigged as an actual World War I pit, and it's quite effective. The library will be closed on November 11th, but the tribute and lots of activities leading up to November 11th. And as you know, Severn Township residents can absolutely hold library cards there, and I would encourage you to do that. The Bayou Park area and ratepayers group is having a pumpkin spice market this Sunday, October 29th at 2 p.m. until dark. And there'll be vendors selling decorative items for the fall and winter, as well as foods. One of the spectacular things that this community does really well is they have this carved pumpkin walkway with hundreds of carved pumpkins that families bring in that are all lit with candles in the dark, and just a great photo op and event for families and citizens to come. So that's this Sunday from 2 p.m. until dark. Then the Cumberland Beach area ratepayers group is holding their annual general meeting on November 15th at 7 p.m. And as always, I put these other community events in the West Shore area on the Severn Township community calendar. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Minnings. Member McIntyre.
Thank you, Chair. The Washego Community Center reconstruction entryway is now complete. It looks marvelous. Really looks good. The Centennial Park project with the pickleball, basketball, and so on, that we had the grant from the feds in the province. It's paved now, and it's expected to be completed in the spring. So they've gone and moved along nicely on that. And last but not least, the Santa Claus Parade is scheduled for December the 9th at 6 p.m. in Washego, the community of Washego. We have a large committee chaired by one of our group here at the chair. I won't say her name, Judith. And however, it's going very nicely. We've got it well in hand at this time. And we're happy to report that we've got a number of applicants coming in for floats. So that'd be my report for now.
Back to the anonymous person.
There's the anonymous person. And we kind of blew it. We thought we were going to be at the community. It was already, so now we're at, but thank goodness there's a Lions Hall. So we're going to the Lions Hall, and I've got 9 already that want to be in the parade. So it's going very well.
And then Judith, I guess the quarter parade is on December the 2nd. Is that right?
And the Port Severn parade's on December this 1 o'clock.
Correct. We heard. Okay, great. So that's any updates for us?
Thank you. First of all, just a reminder that you're on camera. So when you're packing up before we're done, it doesn't look that great for all the people watching. Just one thing that came to my attention today, you'll remember that the County of Simcoe asked for a provincial facilitator, and the new minister has done a different approach. He's doing standing committees. So somebody just brought to my attention today that they're doing a public hearing in Barrie on November 6th. So no notice, no nothing. I guess you just have to follow it. And interested people who want to make an oral submission have to register by October 30th. And if you want to send written comments, November 6th. It's so broad, though. I have no idea. Like, I don't know what they're looking at. So I don't know how we would comment on it. But apparently the county wasn't aware of it until today either. Just sort of... It says that the committee will stream from location when available. For a link, follow this. I'll send out this information, but it doesn't even say what time it is. Like, what day is it? November 6th. So it's kind of a big deal, but they're not really giving us any information about it. So anyways, I just wanted to bring that to your attention. I'll send you the link to it. But so I don't know what they're discussing.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Motion to adjourn.
We have a motion to move that. Member Cox, second by Member Minnings. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.